Welcome to you all to this high-level European Union-Africa Green Investment Forum. I'm your host. My name is Paulo Dentinho. Although we cannot convene an in-present situation here in Lisbon due to the urgency of this matter, it unites us. It's true we are still fighting for our lives due to a worldwide virus, but that fight will be useless if we don't have a safe planet to live in. And by this, I mean achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement, this common worldwide challenge to fight climate change. Let's put it in perspective. Last year, 1 month after the OMS declares the pandemic, with factories shutting down across the globe, the quality of the air that we breathe has improved, a glimpse that it's possible to recover into a better and safe planet. In 2020, carbon fossil emissions have dropped 5% compared with 2019, but that's almost nothing compared to the task that we must face. Sadly, if we really want to reduce the rising of Earth temperature to 5% in the next 10 years, in order to achieve the objectives of the Paris Agreement, we would need a COVID-19 crisis each year. Let's hope it won't happen. But that doesn't mean that we still don't need to find the best ways to achieve those goals to change the rising of temperature, therefore reducing significantly carbon emissions to the atmosphere. This week, a cornerstone has been reached by the European Union to fight climate change. Policymakers have made an agreement which would enshrine the EU's climate goals into law, thus reducing to a net 55% cut in their emissions by 2013. It's the first European climate law. And this forum, organized by the Portuguese presidency of the Council of the European Union and the European Investment Bank, is certainly another big contribution to it. The idea here is to share experiences and innovative approaches to mobilize private and public capital to support a green transition in Africa and Europe, and to find the ways to get into a green and sustainable business model, profitable with the capacity to create jobs and wealth. Time has come to invest in new projects in Africa and Europe within the framework of the Paris Agreement. We can do it. With us today, we will have the contributions of the President of the European Union, Ursula von der Leyen, the Secretary General of the United Nations, António Guterres, the President of the African Development Bank, Akinwumi Adesina, among several others. We will start with a pre-recorded message from António Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations.
It is a pleasure to greet this EU-Africa Green Investment Forum organized by the Portuguese Presidency of the European Union and the European Investment Bank. As the world works to address the COVID-19 pandemic, combat the existential threat of climate change, and accelerate our efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, your gathering is an opportunity to strengthen partnerships and boost investment in Africa for the benefit of all. Africa faces fast-growing demand for industrial and domestic energy consumption while seeking to promote sustainable development and implement Agenda 2063. The European Union has pledged to align its pandemic recovery with an enhanced climate target for 2030 and to no longer fund fossil fuel infrastructure abroad. I see agendas converging around financing a green transition and greater resilience. Several African countries are rapidly scaling up renewables, particularly solar and wind power. This momentum needs to be accelerated through investment in 4 key areas. First, coupling job creation with green technologies. Renewable energy provides a growing number of jobs, and this number will grow. Developing the technical capacities of Africa's women and young people for these new jobs would simultaneously tackle unemployment and the climate crisis. Second, creating incentives for industry to transition to green energy solutions. Africa is the richest continent in solar resources. It has received only 2% of global renewable energy investments in the past decade. Third, investing in adaptation and resilience. This is crucial for protecting development gains and ensure equitable prosperity over the long term. I've asked bilateral and multilateral donors to ensure that 50% of all public climate finance be dedicated to adaptation and to ease access to finance, and this is long overdue. Fourth, investing in startups and providing risk guarantees for private investments. Climate action is a $3 trillion investment opportunity in Africa by 2030, and I see the European Union as a key partner for the continent. I look forward to working closely with you as we promote green investments in Africa. Please accept my best wishes for a fruitful forum, and I thank you.
Let's keep in mind these 4 key areas that the Secretary General of the United Nations has pointed out to tackle this climate crisis in Africa. And now, our first speakers for the opening session, the President of the European Investment Bank, Werner Hoyer, and the Portuguese Minister of State and Foreign Affairs of Portugal, Ministro Santos Silva. You have the floor.
So good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants. I would like to start by thanking all of you for your presence and participation on this very important EU-Africa Green Investment Forum. It is organized by the Portuguese Presidency of the Council of the European Union and the European Investment Bank. This Green Investment Forum is the closing event of 30 days of dialogue. These dialogues were held, these green talks were held on different European and African capitals, and its aim was to discuss and to exchange experiences on transition and green investment. I hope the discussions today will be as fruitful as this last month was. Today we join experts from both continents sharing knowledge and practice to learn together as we move forward in this common challenge of building a greener economy. We share a multi-dimensional and decisive challenge. The world struggles with a global pandemic and economic crisis, and at the same time, the world must step up the response to climate change. It is against this backdrop that we must enhance the dialogue between Europe and Africa. A dialogue as a real partnership between both continents, a partnership driven by common interests and goals, building together a more prosperous, clean and resilient future. Green transition is an enormous opportunity for job creation and sustained economic growth that will allow for reducing inequalities. For Africa and for Europe, this is also an opportunity for fostering our economic potential through green and sustainable investment. Adequate incentives to the private sector are key for the creation of sustainable business models that can generate wealth and jobs. The EU has set very ambitious targets for itself, namely to become climate neutral by 2015. The European Union is committed to financing global climate action and working with partners in order to adopt resilient and sustainable development models. This week, under the Portuguese presidency, the European institutions, the Council, the European Parliament, the European Commission, reached the necessary political agreement on the very first climate law in Europe and in the world, putting binding commitments to our climate action. We also have to acknowledge that Africa carries little responsibility, very little responsibility for greenhouse emissions. And Africa is, on the other side, one of the regions that are most affected by the consequences of climate change. We have to address this paradox. This is an unfair reality that must bring us together to strive for a balanced, fair and inclusive post-pandemic recovery. We hope that this forum investment, this Green Investment Forum between the European Union and Africa constitutes a milestone. It will pave the way to the next European Union-African Union Summit, and it will reinforce green transition as a top priority of the partnership between Europe and Africa. The Charter for a Greener Future in Africa and in the European Union delivered by the organizers of this forum translates our engagement in working together on all the dimensions of sustainable development: economic, social, and environmental dimensions. Portugal, of course, will remain committed to enhance the partnership between Europe and Africa that we consider as decisive for the future and sustainable growth of our two continents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for your contribution. Our next speaker is the President of the European Investment Bank, Werner Hoyer. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. On behalf of the European Investment Bank, it is a great pleasure to welcome you here today. And I thank the Portuguese hosts for the enormous hospitality extended to all of us. It's a pleasure also to be back to Lisbon. It has been a privilege for the EIB to work alongside the Portuguese presidency of the Council of the European Union in putting this forum together. And when we organized it, we would not know whether the Portuguese presidency would really drive in this huge success this week in Brussels by getting Council, Parliament and Commission together on a binding legislation on climate, the first one ever. Congratulations, Minister. Today's event is the culmination of a month-long series of green talks, where, under the leadership of the Portuguese presidency, we have engaged in 25 conversations organized in different locations, from Addis Abeba and Harare to Dakar and Maputo, from Rome to Helsinki. These green talks, with the participation of civil society, the private sector, academics and practitioners, will guide our discussions today. Also on this, thank you, Minister, for your crucial support. Ladies and gentlemen, it is no exaggeration to state that we have entered the make or break decade for our planet's future and to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. We know that if we do not prioritize climate action, the consequences will be disastrous. We have little time to act. This would be a difficult task at the best of times. But the COVID-19 pandemic only makes it much more difficult. Each of the steps we take during the recovery will dictate whether we will be successful in the long run. One thing is clear: success in this process requires buy-in at a global level, and the renewed commitment of the US on climate is certainly good news. Never have global partnership been more important. The European Union's Team Europe response to the pandemic has shown that by working together, the European Union can produce swift and effective solutions. The European Investment Bank, as the EU bank, has played its role in this team with great pride. I look here at the example of the COVAX program to ensure fair and equitable access to vaccines worldwide. The EIB committed funds to COVAX last December thanks to the support of the European Commission, and we are now in the process of scaling up financing. So far, COVAX has delivered vaccines to more than 100 countries, and with additional funding could provide vaccines of up to nearly 30% of the population of countries concerned. That's not enough, but it's a great first step. We must also now apply these lessons and this spirit to climate change, the most significant long-term threat facing humanity today. At the EU Bank, the priority in Africa over the past years has been to help reduce poverty by supporting private sector development and to invest in the vital infrastructure to enable businesses to flourish. As the European Union's Climate Bank, we're putting our financing to work in favor of the Green Deal, or our lending activities are Paris-aligned. We will increase the share of our climate action to 50% of our total operations by 2025, and we will mobilize 1 trillion euros in climate investment by 2030. That's quite ambitious. The EIB is not new to this. As the financing arm of the EU, the EIB has been investing in projects in Africa for almost 60 years. In 2020, we invested 5 billion euros in the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa may be the continent that is most vulnerable to the immediate effects of climate change, but is responsible for some of the lowest greenhouse gas emissions per head. It is also the continent where mistakes made elsewhere can be avoided. Africa can invest into the innovative technologies and make the right choices for a sustainable and inclusive future. What we must learn from this pandemic is it is not about simply rebuilding. It's rebuilding better, preparing ourselves for a safer future. The potential for energy generation from renewable resources in Africa is enormous. At the EIB, with our partners, we have financed many projects in these fields. The Ouarzazate solar complex in Morocco is enormous, producing enough electricity to power a city of 350,000 inhabitants. The Luk Turkana wind farm in Kenya is on a similar large scale. In Gambia, the EIB, the World Bank, and the European Commission are supporting a solar energy program that includes a power plant and distribution lines, but also includes a component to provide off-grid solar for rural healthcare facilities and schools. The European Union is a global leader in renewable energy. We are well placed to partner with Africa to develop the necessary solutions, both through financing and through expertise. And we must learn that we must never differentiate our activities in the field of innovation, climate, and development. These three dimensions belong together. And we are also able to do more than these flagship operations. The EIB also invests in off-grid solar kits that can bring essential power to individual households in Chad, Mozambique, Uganda. My colleague and friend, Vice President Ambroise Fayol, will go into more detail on how we do this in the coming session, as well as how we can do more of it. Ladies and gentlemen, the African continent has a young and dynamic population, and we are seeing that it is urbanizing quickly. Investment needs are huge, and the bank is working with different partners to provide proactive support to build projects from the ground up, incorporating robust climate risk assessment. In 2020, the EIB provided financing for power distribution in Mali, water and sanitation in Angola, and the reconstruction of vital urban infrastructure in Mozambique. These projects will make a difference for hundreds of thousands of people. Digitalization, we know, is key for green, sustainable growth. In this field, Africa is full of incredible ideas that deserve to be supported, and we will hear more about it in a later session today. Ladies and gentlemen, investment at an unprecedented scale is needed to ensure a green future for Africa. To achieve this, we need to work together. I'm glad President Adesina of the African Development Bank, our good friend, is with us today. Last year, our two institutions, the African Development Bank and the EU Bank, signed a joint action plan to work together even more closely in the coming years. We will concentrate on financial inclusion and empowering women, climate action, digitalization, and developing skills for young people, as well as access to health services and products. Let me thank you very much for your attention. And once again, let me especially thank the Portuguese presidency for its leadership in putting together today's important event. I hope you find it thought-provoking and stimulating, and I'm sure it will lead us to more action, working together. Thank you very much. Obrigado.
Thank you both. Obrigado a ambos. This forum is the end of the long road, like Werner Oria said. As pointed out, 26 online green talks with more than 5,000 registered participants from the two continents, Africa and Europe. But it won't stop here. The challenge is still in front of us. We need, no matter where, to do our best to save the planet. We owe it to the next generations. Let's now hear the message from Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, a message pre-recorded specially to this event.
President Faki, dear Moussa, distinguished guests from Europe and Africa, welcome to the Green Investment Forum. And thank you, President Hoyer and Minister Santos Silva, for organizing this. The green transition is not only a necessity to fight climate change. The green transition is the greatest economic opportunity of our times. It can be the driver of our recovery both in Europe and in Africa. Think, for instance, about renewable energy. Renewables are by now cheaper than most other energy sources, and they create more jobs. With the right investment, renewable energy can power up Africa's rising industry. And this is but one example. The potential of the green economy in Africa is massive. From waste management to climate-smart agriculture, green investment can be the fuel of Africa's recovery. And this is what brings us here today. Africa is setting up several important initiatives, such as the African Green Stimulus Program and the African Circular Economy Alliance. Let's discuss how Europe can be Africa's partner in this. For instance, we are working with the European Investment Bank to cover the risk of green investment in Africa taken by both private investors and African governments. The EU-Africa Business Forum has now a specific focus on investing in clean energy. Green investment is a shared European and African interest. It's time to discuss how to mobilize more of it, especially ahead of COP26 and the EU-Africa Summit. Here in Europe, the European Green Deal is our new growth strategy and the centerpiece of our recovery. The same can be true for Africa. An African Green Deal for a stronger and more prosperous Africa. And in this spirit, a very warm welcome to all of you at the EU-Africa Green Investment Forum. Thank you for joining.
As President von der Leyen has put it, let's discuss how Europe can partner with Africa in this necessary transition to fight climate change. It's our planet, our life, and everyone is needed, from institutions, public or private, governments, business entrepreneurs, civil society, universities, everybody. Every gesture can make a difference. A key institution in all this process is certainly the African Union. Unfortunately, Moussa Faki, the President of the African Union Commission, won't be able to be with us today due to the present situation in Chad. Another key institution that plays a pivotal role is the African Development Bank. They have defined 5 priorities for the continent: light up and power Africa, feed Africa, industrialize Africa, integrate Africa, and improve the quality of life for the people of Africa. All these priorities are closely linked with the goals set by the 2013 Agenda of the United Nations. On that note, I'll give you now Akinwumi Adesina, the President of the African Development Bank, to deliver the opening keynote.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to join you at this high-level EU-Africa Green Investment Forum. I'd like to congratulate the government of Portugal for organizing this extremely important event during its EU presidency. Bravo. And you're doing it in conjunction with our partner institution, the European Investment Bank. Congratulations. Europe and Africa are strategic partners. Now, you don't need to look too far to understand why. The level of trade and investment between our two regions is a sufficient enough indication. The EU, the continent's largest trading partner, accounts for 36% of Africa's trading goods. In 2019, the value of bilateral trade was worth 235 billion euros. But it's not only the EU. From the UK, China, India, United States, Japan, and Russia, an increasingly common feature is the number of bilateral summits. Now, this includes the UK-Africa Summit, the India-Africa Summit, the China-Africa Summit, the US-Africa Summit, Japan-Africa Summit, Russia-Africa Summit, and the list goes on. The question we must ask is, what are each of these global players seeing? Very simple. They are seeing a different Africa, an Africa that is open for business. Over the past decade, Africa has experienced a phenomenal economic growth. Now, prior to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, Africa had 6 out of the 10 fastest growing economies in the world. This impressive growth was spurred by economic reforms, political stability, improved governance, and general improvements in the macroeconomic environment. Indeed, Africa has posted significant improvements in the Ease of Doing Business Index, accounting for 33% of the global improvements in business and regulatory reforms. Now, the bottom line is that Africa is now a market that cannot be ignored. Now, think of it. The continent has the largest youth population in the world. It is experiencing exceptionally high levels of urbanization and a rapidly rising consumer market. The African Continental Free Trade Area is now the single largest free trade zone in the world. And now, with a population that will reach 2.4 billion people by 2050, Africa is a huge market offering incredible opportunities. Now, if you're not invested in Africa, you are simply missing out. In a COVID-19 era, we obviously have challenges. The pandemic has thrown spanners in the wheels of economic growth and investments around the world. And Africa is no exception. Africa witnessed its lowest GDP growth in 5 decades due to this pandemic. But the future looks much better, even if challenging. Growth is projected to recover from minus 2.1% in 2020 to 3.4% this year. The recovery will be across the board for oil-dependent countries, commodities-dependent countries, tourism-dependent economies, and non-commodity-dependent economies. The recovery pathways offers now enormous opportunities. Recovery must be green and build climate resilience. Recovery must boost green investments. Recovery must ensure greater space for the private sector to help reduce heavy debt burdens now facing governments. Recovery must drive inclusive growth that expands new and better opportunities for the youth and, of course, the hardworking women of Africa. And the recovery must take advantage of new business opportunities brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, especially in the digital economy and the new business normal offered through ICT platforms. A great place to also drive recovery is in the energy sector. Now, over the last 5 years since the African Development Bank began implementing its Light Up and Power Africa strategy, our investments in the energy sector has increased from $5 billion in 2011 to 2015 to $7 billion in 2016 to 2020. Our work has helped to provide electricity to more than 20 million people within that period. Now, access to electricity has risen in Africa from 42% in 2015 to 54% by 2020. In recent years, we at the bank have focused largely on renewable energy. The bank's investment in renewable energy generation expanded from just 9% a decade ago to 70% by 2019. And that's 80% increase since the bank's New Deal on energy was established 6 years ago at the start of my presidency of the bank. Now, you can understand why. Africa has over 10 terawatts of solar potential, the largest in the world. 350 gigawatts of hydro potential, 110 gigawatts of wind potential, and an additional 15 gigawatts of geothermal potential. Now, we can't eat all that potential. We've got to unlock it. And that's why the African Development Bank provided $500 million to Morocco to build large-scale solar power stations, including the 800 megawatts Midelt and the 510 megawatts New Ouarzazate facility, which are among now the largest concentrated solar power plants in the entire world. The bank has also invested $150 million to build the 310 megawatts Lake Turkana wind power plant in Kenya. It is now the largest wind farm in the entire sub-Saharan Africa. Beyond these major energy investments and successes, we do intend to power the entire Sahel of Africa via solar. And that's why the African Development Bank has launched what we call the Desert to Power Initiative, a $20 billion initiative to build 10,000 megawatts of solar power plants all across the Sahel. Now, that will become the largest solar zone in the world and provide electricity for 250 million people. Africa's energy transition presents, ladies and gentlemen, a $100 billion per year investment opportunity. Now, enormous potential also exists in agriculture. And that's because the size of the food and agribusiness market in Africa is estimated to reach a whopping $1 trillion by 2030. Now, with 65% of the world's uncultivated arable land being in Africa, it is clear that what Africa does with agriculture will determine the future of food in the world. And that's why the African Development Bank is investing massively in climate-smart agriculture to support the continent to adapt to climate change and build more resilient food systems. The bank's Africa Climate Smart Agriculture is targeting 10 million farmers with climate-smart agricultural technologies and practices. Now, this will help to create 500,000 new green jobs and mobilize $1 billion of climate funds. Africa's massive needs for infrastructure, from roads to rails to ports to airports, the internet connectivity, water and sanitation, as well as urban housing needs, present enormous opportunities for green investments. Now, the size of the infrastructure opportunities is worth between $130 billion to $170 billion annually. Now, that is massive. Africa's future infrastructure needs to be greener and climate resilient. We must shift away from simply building the cheapest infrastructure to investing in life cycle financing. Now, it's not how fast you can build a road or a bridge It is how long they last. It is now time, therefore, to take into consideration quality, maintenance costs, and environmental issues more seriously. To drive greater private sector investment in green infrastructure, financial instruments are needed for project preparation, reducing risk of investments to the private sector, and especially blended finance to lower the cost of capital for investors and to improve project profitability and financial sustainability. Now, let me share some exciting developments with you. I applaud the government of Portugal for establishing a $400 million Lusophone Compact Guarantee Program at the African Development Bank to help to reduce the risk of private sector investments in Portuguese-speaking countries. Bravo. I also applaud the European Union for its own leadership as well in this area. The EU External Investment Plan has provided over €1 billion to the African Development Bank to support 31 project grants worth €648 million, equity grants in 4 projects worth €97 million, and 6 guarantees for projects worth €242 million. Of course, we would like to do more and support more private sector investments in greening of Africa's economy. I am excited about our partnership with the European Union. I especially hope that we can soon conclude the new financing framework and partnership agreement to further jointly boost our joint investments for green investments in Africa. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a greener Africa must also focus on the circular economy. And the opportunities here again are enormous. Now take, for example, the fact that 90% of Africa's waste is disposed in dump sites and landfills. The fact is that waste can be recycled and turned into wealth. Today, a new plastic recycling plant in Ghana consumes 75% less energy and has already created 2,300 green jobs. The opportunities in the circular economy are boundless. Converting food waste into organic fertilizers will increase the circularity of the food systems. Likewise, recycling plastic packaging will improve the circularity of the packaging industry. The large and growing electronics sector can also achieve substantial circularity through recycling and collection activities. Fashion and textile waste can be converted into garments. And we can improve how we use mass timber for expanding the built environment. We must all get excited about the circular economy. Now, to further promote the circular economy, the African Development Bank has established the Africa Circular Economy Facility, thanks to the support from Finland and the Nordic Development Fund. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is a challenge for Africa, no doubt. But climate change also presents a $3 trillion investment opportunity in Africa by 2030. And that is why the African Development Bank and the Global Center for Adaptation have launched the African Adaptation Acceleration Program to help to mobilize $25 billion for scaling up climate adaptation actions across Africa. But public financing alone will not be enough. Over 70% of the financing needed will have to come from the private sector to complement public investments. The private sector especially the small and medium-sized enterprises, over 70% of the financing needed will have to come from the private sector to complement public investments. The private sector, especially the small and medium-sized enterprises, is critical in mitigating climate change and implementing adaptation measures. Now, this calls for innovative approaches to attract and steer financial flows towards low carbon and climate resilient development. The African Development Bank is raising green bonds to drive green growth investments in Africa. And so far, the bank has raised $2.5 billion in green bonds, which we use to support, for example, the Cabeolika wind farm project in Cape Verde to power the country through renewable energy. And now we plan to support the establishment of green banks in Africa. We have also established the African Financial Alliance on Climate Change, which we call AFAC, to drive the greening of investments in Africa. We are linking all stock exchanges, pension and sovereign wealth funds, central banks, and other financial institutions. Our goal is transformational: unlock private finance, mobilize and incentivize a transition of their portfolios, as well as tilt Africa's financial system towards green investments. As we all move into the new normal for businesses, greater investments will be needed to also support the digital economy in Africa and reduce widening disparities in access to the internet and broadband, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises. Think about it. There are huge investment opportunities in commercial digital connectivity. Today, Africa Mobile Network is deploying low-cost rural telecoms infrastructure, including masts, to support mobile operators to expand services. Now, these small mobile operators need financing to support their network expansion. Connectivity is expanding the digital economy as well, and investment opportunities in data centers all across Africa. The digital economy has also opened up massive opportunities for digital healthcare platforms and telemedicine to expand access to affordable healthcare services. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is very clear that incredible opportunities for green investments exist in Africa today and in the future. Now, Africa is already green. Africa just needs to get greener. What is needed now is to have more euros to back Africa's green growth. So, don't think about why you cannot do business in Africa. Rather, think about the tremendous green investment opportunities available today, and many more that will emerge well in the distant future. Think differently. Think Africa. Welcome to the Green Africa. Thank you very much.
Now it's time for us to start with our debates, but first, and to emphasize a bit more the importance of what is at stake, nearly 40 countries' leaders got together yesterday and today on Earth Day Summit at the invitations of the United States President Joe Biden. The purpose is the same: reducing carbon emissions. Every decision in this field will have consequences on our daily lives, from the way we drove our cars, we eat our homes, we manufacture our goods. In our first session, we will discuss how international financial institutions with European and African development partners can boost green investments and promote a stable business climate. Ricardo Alexandre will be the moderator of the panel. Ricardo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Paulo. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first panel of this forum, Boosting Green and Sustainable Investment in Africa, the evolving roles of the European Union and of the African Union, governments and development banks. We will start by showing a video that somehow shows us the impact of one of the most pressing and dramatic climate events in the past few years, the Idai hurricane in Mozambique.
Ciclone Idai destruiu-nos. Todo o bairro que não tinha casas. Deixou mesmo tudo vazio, que estava de pé.
Veio com muita força, tiraram as chapas, tentamos fugir do lado para o outro, não foi possível. Passamos toda a noite assim, mamãe aí com as crianças, até amanhecer.
O impacto foi muito negativo. Tivemos a destruição parcial do teto, nos blocos de enfermarias, a unidade sanitária.
Que este fenómeno das mudanças climáticas é relativamente recente e muitas dessas infraestruturas, algumas foram construídas ainda no tempo colonial e outras depois da independência. E, portanto, essas mudanças climáticas aparecem com uma grande intensidade e uma grande frequência que era difícil prever anteriormente.
Nós, num primeiro tempo, proporcionámos uma ajuda humanitária e de salvação e depois começámos uma resposta mais a meio e a longo prazo. Este projeto do BEI é uma combinação, digamos, entre um subsídio dado pela Comissão Europeia e um empréstimo que é concedido em termos bastante concessionais e que se vai focar as águas e saneamento.
Para nós tomarmos águas, nós catamos aqui na vala, então tentamos ferver e consumimos esta água.
A água me ajudava, em vez de ir buscar água na outra casa, então eu tinha torneira aqui.
Não estamos a usar mais a rede FIPAG porque o fornecimento é exíguo. O período de fornecimento de água não corresponde com as nossas atividades.
Toda esta ação de investimento em infraestrutura é feita num espírito de building back better, ou seja, reconstruir melhor, de forma a que as infraestruturas que são objeto deste projeto possam ser mais resilientes a futuros desastres naturais que possam acontecer aqui.
A nossa recuperação tem que ser urgente, resiliente e abrangente. Não só na ação que nós temos agora com o BEI, mas em todos os programas de cooperação que temos com os nossos parceiros, no sentido de evitar desastres maiores.
An urgent, resilient and inclusive recovery. That's what we have learned in the past few seconds from this video. Now it's my great pleasure to welcome Mr. Mo Ibrahim, founder and chair of the Mo Ibrahim Foundation, co-founder of the Africa-Europe Foundation. Mo Ibrahim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ricardo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And first, I wish to express my gratitude to the presidency, the Portuguese presidency, to the leadership of the European Union and the European Investment Bank for holding this forum. I think it is timely and is important. So thanks to all of them. In Africa and in Europe, we are all struggling with this pandemic. It's a health crisis with economic consequences, especially in Africa. Of course, the development of the vaccines offer us a path out of this. Well, when it's available for us, anyway, we're still waiting for that vaccine. And there is hope for recovery. We hope that recovery will be more sustainable, more equitable, more job creating, and it has also to be more green. If there's something positive coming out of this pandemic crisis, really it is enforced our sense of shared fortune as human beings, or in this case, misfortune, as it happened. This virus did not differentiate between Americans, Indians, did not differentiate between gender or continent. It is global. And we had a test, a real test in our life, first time in our life of this generation. What is it to live through a shared problem, serious problem? And we were not prepared. And our governments, most of our governments worldwide ignored any scientific advice, and we all came short. I hope that's a lesson for us, because the next big one, of course, is climate. And it is global. To not differentiate again between continent or people. And unfortunately, there is no vaccine to deal with it. Nothing like that can be developed. So we really need to work now on the green future if we hope to have a future. That's imperative. In Africa, our top priority really should be power. Power, power, and power. We have 500 million people in Africa without access to power. 500 million people, mainly in rural areas. And power is essential for economic and social development. Without power, there's no development. Now, it is clear that solar really ought to be the future of power in Africa. We have the sun. We have actually too much of the sun. You can see it in my face actually. And the solution is there. Solar has become competitive, cheaper, and it has a fantastic advantage. It is quick and fast. It can be dripped in all these communities very quickly to bring prosperity to this rural community. We have to understand, I'm talking as an engineer now, Africa is huge, vast spaces. And the idea of expanding our electric grids across the Saharas and across the forests, etc., is just not realistic. It is just too expensive, insecure, and it's going to take ages. I want just to draw the parallel between that and the development of mobile communications in Africa. We had fixed lines in Africa for over 100 years. At that time, at the beginning of the year 2000, we had only 3 million subscribers. Only 3 million people had access to fixed lines. The problem, we cannot just extend fixed line across this huge space of Africa. Mobile came and it was easier to drop capacity and service where it is needed. It is quick, it is fast. In no time, we had over 600-700 million subscribers, which changed the whole continent. That's how solar can change the content. It is quick, it is fast, it's cheap. It's suitable for rural areas, which really it is needed, because most of those 500 people lacking of energy sources live in rural areas. And I do work with the Council on State Fragility, with many wonderful economists and politicians and academics, business people. And their top recommendations, I mean, you can guess it, that to help fragile states move forward, the first thing need to be done is power. And it is solar power, because that changes life of people overnight, gives people hope, gives them a better feeling about where we go forward, offer jobs, economic activities, help take people out of power. That applies. Many of these fragile countries actually are in Africa, a large number of them. And it applies also to the rest of the countries where they have rural area. So this is an area I think we need to focus very much on. I heard my brother Akin talking about $20 billion in investment. This is not enough. This is peanuts. We really need a major push there. And we need to find a way to bring private money, business, the real money. And with respect to the EIB and the EU and the African Development Bank, the real money is not there. The real money is in the private sector. These are where the $1 trillion looking for investment are there. We need to attract this money in there. We need to come with creative structures to help really bring investors in Africa. And we need to think of various innovations. I mean, I know people talk about subsidies, guarantees, etc. Why not think of a different approach where public money goes in as equity, but with capped return? That may be very attractive, because public money can actually make money and can be recycled. It will be interesting. It brings a sense of partnership. It allows private sector to enhance their IRR or returns on the expense of public money, which is fine, as long as we're getting our public money back. So there are so many possibilities to bring the private money into Africa. I really need, we really need to work on, in our side as an African foundation, we have been fighting for 15 years now to try to improve governance in Africa, because governance and rule of law is important in attracting investment. Of course, it's also important to improve the life of the people, but it's also important to attract investment. And we are winning. It is tough, but I think we are moving, and governance are improving there. So we need to find all the tools. There's no silver bullet. We need to work on governance. We need to work on attracting private sector. We need to target the right sectors of economy. And what I hope for is we target power Africa, and we just go, that can take people out of poverty quicker than any other things we can do. And all that can be done green. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mo Ibrahim. I was struck by this, by a number. Mr. Mo Ibrahim has just given us the 500 million people with no power, which somehow give us an idea of the dimension of the challenge that is ahead of us. I will now, Mo Ibrahim is joining the panel, a panel with Jutta Urpilainen, Commissioner for International Partnerships at the European Commission, Josefa Sacco, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment in the African Union, Amadou Hott, Minister for Economy Planning and Cooperation in Senegal, Betty Maina, Cabinet Secretary at the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development in Kenya, Ambroise Fayol, Vice President at the EIB, European Investment Bank, and Francisco André, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation in Portugal. I would now ask everyone to be as strict as possible to the 2-3 minutes rule of the introductory messages, so that we can have some time for debate after that. And I would give the floor to Commissioner Urpilainen.
Thank you, Ricardo. And I also want to thank the Portuguese presidency for organizing this EU-Africa Green Investment Forum and also giving me an opportunity to participate. The Green Deal and the Green Agenda is critical to the EU-African partnership and the first partnership in our Africa Comprehensive Strategy. It is key work strand on our path towards the EU-AU Summit in the spring of 2022. Boosting investments and accelerating the green transition will help generate jobs, boost their economies, and tackle also social challenges. It will also be essential to support education and skills training and prepare people for the opportunities the green economy will generate. In our new financing instrument for external cooperation, the NDC Global Europe, there is a dedicated 30% spending target for climate-related action. And this is more than 21 billion euros over the next 7 years. We will work as a Team Europe, pooling expertise, networks, capacity and resources from the EU and its member states and European development finance institutions. And I want to thank the European Investment Bank, which co-organized today's event, for their commitment to increase the share of its financing dedicated to climate action and environmental sustainability to reach 50% of their and its operations in 2025. Accelerating the green transition in Africa will require significant investments, like Mo was explaining, strong business links, new business models, and the full commitment of the private sector, both in international but also local. And these investments are boosted by sound regulatory environments. So we need to engage with private sector to fill the investment gap in Africa. And this is why the Commission supports and values events like this one. I welcome the active participation of private actors by linking African and European investors and public and private actors. These events really create real opportunities to change the investment landscape and meet Africa's needs. Thank you for my part and looking forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Urpilainen. Now I give the floor to Commissioner José Fassaco.
Thank you, Ricardo, for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to really greet my colleagues, the panelists. Good morning from Lisbon, I think, and good afternoon, depending on your geographic location. Excellencies, participants in this important panel. I would like, first of all, to commend the Portuguese government for organizing this important event, as well as the European Investment Bank. Without no review, let me just make my statement, my introductory statement about the strategy that we have in African Union on the green recovery. Let me thank the organizer for extending an invitation to the African Union Commission to participate in this important event of the high-level EU-Africa Green Investment Forum. As the world is moving towards a net zero carbon emission, Africa cannot afford to be left behind. Aspiration number 1 of the African Agenda 2063 envisions an Africa that is prosperous, based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Our target of the aspiration number 1 in Agenda 2063 calls on Africa to utilize blue ocean economy resources sustainably for accelerating economic growth. We have about 38 countries who are coastal on the continent and a lot of islands. Target number 7 is for Africa to attain environmentally sustainable and climate resilient economy and community. This is a clear demonstration of African Union's commitment and ambition towards emission reduction and green transition. As the Commission and our member states, we are already embarking on green programs that are aimed at emission reduction and sustainable development. These include waste management and circular economy, conserving biodiversity, sustainable forest management and wildlife conservation, sustainable land management, including the Great Green Wall Initiative, supporting implementation of the national determined contribution, investing in blue economy, scaling up climate smart agriculture and food security. Both the Commission and the Member States are also promoting investment in renewable energy, energy efficiency, and energy transition, as energy is one of the sectors that contributes greenhouse gas significantly at the global scale. However, it will need to be aligned to the principle of a just transition, a green transition which takes into account historical responsibility for issues like climate change and a transition that does not push already disadvantaged and marginalized community in Africa deeper into poverty and those promoting more vulnerability. The COVID-19 pandemic has further amplified this vulnerability and introduced additional efforts to achieve our additional problems in an effort to achieve our global and regional development agenda, Agenda 2063 and the SDGs. The post-pandemic recovery process presents an opportunity for a green transition for countries to build back better and greener through investment in a more friendly, sustainable and resilient economy. I know the time is against me. I just want to share with you the latest progress we made. It is for this reason that the African Union Commission developed a post-COVID green recovery action plan with the support of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, South Africa as a chair of the African Ministerial Conference on Environment, and the United Kingdom. Let me just point the 5 priority areas, and I will have time to develop after. The first one is a climate finance. The second, supporting renewable energy. The third is natural-based solution. The fourth, resilient agriculture. And then green and resilient city. Those are the 5. I will develop it further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now we will listen to Minister Amadou Hott, Minister for Economy and Planning and Cooperation in Senegal.
Hello. Bonjour aux participants et aux panélistes et bonjour aux modérateurs. Donc, je tiens à me présenter, c'est Lamine Lo, je représente le ministre Amadou Hott, qui malheureusement n'a pas pu se joindre parce qu'on avait dans son agenda que l'événement était à 10 heures Dakar Time. Donc, le ministre m'a demandé de le représenter et donc, à son nom et au nom du gouvernement du Sénégal, à ma qualité de directeur des financements et des PPP, voilà, je vous transmets les salutations du ministre et son intérêt à participer à ce panel, qui est un sujet assez important pour le Sénégal et pour l'Afrique. Et je pense que nous y reviendrons tout à l'heure en détail suivant les questions, mais il est important d'indiquer d'abord, comme ceux qui m'ont précédé, le fait que le changement climatique constitue une menace importante, sérieuse pour la croissance de différents pays. Et avoir des solutions de financement innovants, notamment financement vert, c'est quelque chose que nous travaillons. Voilà, et ce sont des mécanismes importants pour l'Afrique et on est preneur de toute initiative qui permet de mobiliser ces types de financement, notamment dans ce contexte particulier de relance de l'économie post-Covid-19 qui a affecté le monde. Je pense que il est important de signaler et de saluer la prise de conscience des acteurs financiers à travers les solutions qui sont aujourd'hui proposées et nous y reviendrons tout à l'heure, voilà, en ce qui concerne les mécanismes qui sont considérés au niveau du Sénégal pour pouvoir booster davantage voilà, du financement vert comme solution aux problématiques durables que nous rencontrons face à certaines infrastructures. Donc, je vais m'en arrêter là et saluer de nouveau voilà, les panélistes et exprimer l'honneur du ministre voilà, de participer à ce panel sur l'initiative et l'invitation du Portugal.
Monsieur Lamine, now, thank you very much. Now I'll give the floor to Betty Maina, Secretary at the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development in Kenya.
Thank you very much. And very excited to join this forum. And I greet all you distinguished speakers and attendants at this meeting. It's a great honor for us to join you at this high-level forum, EU-African Green Investment Forum, which aims to boost green and sustainable investment in Africa. This forum comes at a time when the effects of climate change have been worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic. We have witnessed a lot of attacks. Last year, perhaps the locust invasion is still topmost in many people's minds, but that is building and adding to the perennial droughts and floods, which we have had in Africa, which have far-reaching consequences on the communities and livelihoods, ecosystems, and infrastructure. These disruptive effects have significantly undermined the social and economic development agenda of many countries in the African continent, and therefore we all need to work together urgently and boldly on interventions to deal with the challenges that have been posed both by climate change and by COVID. Both COVID and climate change provide us all with a chance to renew multilateral cooperation in tackling them. No one is safe unless all are safe. The conference we are having today enables us to build on a shared history of solidarity between Africa and Europe. We need to renew this history through practical collaboration between the European and African governments, peoples, and the private sector. All our governments need to prioritize and ensure that our recovery is green. In Kenya, we have made great strides in greening our energy mix, for instance, where renewables now make up more than 70%. We have made great strides in promoting energy efficiency. We're making strides in promotion of circularity. And all these are building on our commitments made pursuant to the Paris Climate Agreement. We are proud of our partnership with Portugal and for the Portuguese invitation to join this meeting. We're also proud of our partnership in co-hosting the United Nations Ocean Conference later this year, which builds on the lessons from the International Conference on the Blue Economy that Kenya hosted in 2018. We maintain an ambition to deepen our green credentials and welcome support to our strategy and regulatory and legal framework through support to government. We welcome partnerships with the private sector and society in general. And we look forward to welcoming more European partners to joining us in realizing this ambition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maina, for these introductory remarks. And now I will give the floor to Ambroise Fayol from the European Investment Bank.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. Very pleased to be in this panel, and thanks a lot for the Portuguese presidency for having organized that. I mean, the President Hoyer made that very clear already in his introduction and speech. I think there are three messages that I would like to convey in my introduction this morning. The first message is that it is imperative to build back better. And the green recovery is not only a nice thing to say, it is a necessity. And actually, when you look at the way that the climate urgency is real, when you look at the way that Africa is the region that contributes the least to the greenhouse gas emissions, but it is yet the biggest to be impacted by climate change, we need to act. And at EIB, we have decided to put green in everything we do. Since the end of last year, as President Hoyer said, all our activities are Paris aligned. And by 2025, we intend to have 50% of our projects bringing a positive contribution to climate and environment. So that's something that has been very much highlighted in our well-targeted climate bank roadmap, and we very much hope that this is something that will support an effective climate change response and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. My second message is that partnerships are key. And actually here I have in mind several kinds of partnerships. The first one is, of course, partnership and cooperation between Europe and Africa. And I'm convinced that the EU-Africa partnership involving the public and private sectors makes a lot of sense to respond to the challenges of a green transition, especially in the energy sector. Africa needs a rapid increase of electricity supply with sustainability energy sources as a basis for long-term prosperity. Europe is a global leader in the renewable sector, which positions European stakeholders well to cooperate well with Africa in its endeavor to leapfrog away from fossil fuel consumption towards Paris Agreement targets. And it's also the case for partnership between and among Europeans. And of course, I am very pleased that Commissioner Urpilainen is in this panel, as the EU Bank and a key player of Team Europe, the European Investment Bank, is driven by EU external policy and interest and invest in accordance to EU values and principles, what we call the policy first, while also responding to the priorities of our African partners. And also the partnership between the multilateral development banks, development financial institutions, the UN, and also, and that's my last point, the private sector that is key for delivering on climate targets. We need the private sector to deliver climate finance at the required speed and scale, and to channel it to where it is most needed. It is going to be extremely important that we have not only the support from international financial institutions such as the EIB, in terms of financing, in terms of de-risking, in terms of technical assistance, advisory services, etc., but also it needs partnerships to mobilize the private sector and support upstream work. So we need these scarce resources that are, the public resources are scarce these days, better to mobilize better the private investment in this fight, including by harnessing the power of the capital markets. I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Ambroise Fayol, thank you very much. And now our co-host, Francisco André, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation.
Thank you, Ricardo, and good morning to all. We have little time, so I will evade the traditional greetings. I will just want to thank once again all the participants and panelists in today's debate, and also the European Investment Bank for co-organizing this with us. As Ambroise did, I will just leave you three main messages. First message is concerning dialogue, and this is what we are having today. This forum marks the high point of a 30-day intensive dialogue that where both continents discussed opportunities, shared practices, and brought forward solutions that make the case for green investment in Africa. During these last 30 days, we heard the civil society, professors, investors, businessmen, and all kinds of entrepreneurs. We learned a lot with experiences from both the two continents, and this is what dialogue must be all about. The green transition in Africa is not only an environment imperative, it's also a unique social and economic opportunity. This is also something that we have learned and understood during these last 30 days. Apart from the dialogue and this platform, what we also need is targets. And Africa has the conditions to leapfrog the energetic transition, to have a more diverse economy, and to foster sustainable and a more inclusive economic growth. And on this, we are talking about the type of growth that creates jobs, reduces inequalities, makes profit, but also improves health, protects the ecosystems, and allows the development of more competitive value chains and more sustainable livelihoods. And when we talk about targets, we have also the European example here that we very much raised during these discussions. We are not only committed with reducing emissions by 55% by 2030 and to become also climate neutral by 2050. We have also decided to make these ambitious targets legally binding. And this is why we adopted this last week, also under our Portuguese presidency, after long negotiations with the European Parliament, we reached an agreement to adopt a new climate law. And the third message is about means and resources. As the European Union is leading and wants to lead by its example, it's also engaged in financing the global climate action and support its partners when adopting more sustainable and efficient development models and policies. This is why we are so proud of having also adopted this semester the NDC that Jutta already mentioned in her intervention. It's an overall amount of almost 80 billion euro. And with, as Jutta mentioned, 30% of a spending target for climate objectives, and with almost 30 billion euros to invest in sub-Saharan Africa. So this is a major instrument, and it's a major instrument that can boost the investment. So to sum up, to take forward the green transition in this partnership between our two continents, we need first dialogue, which we are having, and that we hope to not to finish today, but to continue these dialogues in the next months. We need targets, and we are setting targets and objectives both on the public and private sector, and we need means and resources. Now we have the means and resources. Now it's time to put our hands to work side by side. The two continents and our entrepreneurs from both the continents to use these means and resources that us decision makers have created the possibility to use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now European Union, Apparently, as we learned from the past few days, European Union has also a strong ally in Washington D.C. with the commitments made by U.S. President Joe Biden. I will start our debate by asking Commissioner José Fassaco. Of course, that the COVID-19 pandemic has had probably a very strong impact in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, in Africa. But my question is, how can we ensure that there is a green recovery that is both sustainable and inclusive in Africa?
Thank you very much for this question. I would like to say that, first of all, for us to achieve really a sustainable transition, we really need to bring everybody on board, leave no one behind. So I think the African Union is really working with the regional community, our regional communities, and we are working with member states. But we also, in this journey, we also working with already the EU. The EU is working with us, so we need to bring everybody on board. That's why I commend what the Secretary of the State Secretary for Portugal said, that the dialogue is very important. And I think that African Union and the EU is the right platform to start organizing this type of, people to people from Africa and Europe to be together, identify key bankable projects, and start working on that. We at the African Union, we have already, we started working with our member states in a lot of activities, a lot of programs. But what we need is to really have a stronger collaboration amongst all of us. We are working with the EU in terms of negotiating how can we implement our NDCs, the national investment plan, our NDC, the national development for the Paris Agreement. We are working with the EU, and our negotiators, they work together. So there is already a platform in terms of environment, in terms of climate change, and this is the type of this task force that we need to install, in sector by sector. Where today we are talking about the importance of energy, so we need to bring everybody on board and see what are the challenges Africa is facing to have access to energy. When we are talking about energy, we should not forget the rural electrification program. It's very important. So if we want to save, green investment, we have to also look at the issue of food security on the continent. And there's a lot of challenges. There is a lot of challenges, and COVID-19 showed us that in Africa, we need to have our own food sovereignty. And the recovery of this food sovereignty has to pass through this type of approach that all of us be on board. And even the rural area, I'm a commissioner for rural development. Rural development, it's all about it. So the energy cannot just be the cities and, the cities, in French, they say banlieue, the surrounding. We have to go to the rurals so that we can feed our own people, because most of the people are there. In Africa, 70 to 80% are rural. And today we have a problem of our farmers that are old, they're above 60, and we want to engage the youth to come to digitalization. But digitalization needs power, infrastructure. So we need to look at water and energy, not only energy, the water, because we have a lot of climate change is giving a lot of water stress, mostly in the southern region of Africa, even the Sahel region. So those are the two main things that we have to focus. Light, and we need green transition, and also water. How are we going to address the issue of sanitation and water?
Would you say that this, you have spoken about you both have spoken about this event as a platform for dialogue. Would you say that this event could, promoted by the EIB, the European Union, the African Union, and governments, could it be transformed in a yearly event?
it can be an apex. We can develop, work with the partners and be an apex in the African Union. We can coordinate it and call for these private sectors, all the civil society to join us. We are doing it with the youth already on the agribusiness. So we have a Pan-African agribusiness apex. So this dialogue of green recovery, we can have also a Pan-Africa green recovery apex under the African Union. And then we can, try to convert, organize yearly, a forum to discuss and leverage, the progress we are making in terms of the action we are going to identify during this important forum.
Commissioner Urpilainen, are there already good examples for effective partnerships between both continents in support of green and sustainable development, or are we still on the beginning of that road?
There are good examples, and I fully agree with my sister Commissioner Josefa that we will only fulfill the investment gap needed to accelerate the green transition in Africa with the engagement of private actors, both international and local. And this was also my message in my introduction. And actually, this is why the European Commission is facilitating public-private dialogue processes, which can create networking opportunities and also improve business climate. And an example of this is Sustainable Business for Africa, so CB4A initiative, which was launched in 2017 during the EU-Africa Business Forum in Abidjan. So we encourage the government, the private sector, and relevant actors to identify those relevant reforms to improve the investment climate. Because I think, of course, we can talk to Mu who knows the private sector very well, but at least the message I receive from the private sector is that we need to improve the environment. So the business environment is the key in a way when the companies are also thinking the investments for Africa. At the country level, the EU is facilitating structured public-private dialogue in more than 30 African countries. So we do that also at the country level. And there are currently 21 EU chambers of commerce that participate in public-private dialogues at country level. So there is a lot of activity. And a more recent example is the high-level dialogue of 16th April and the virtual digital marketplace on green energy that we co-organized with the Portuguese presidency and the European Africa Business Forum on 16th April. So there are a lot of examples, but of course there is still room for improvement as well.
So there are good examples. There are as well new instruments for development cooperation. There is an external dimension of the European Green Deal. I would ask Francisco André, how can we link this with the role that the EU and the EU development cooperation can play in driving green investment in Africa?
We have one main axe in our cooperation policies. Human development is, of course, at the core of our policies, but we always said at the European Union that the green transition and the green investment is also to be at the core of our priorities. And I think that's what we are having, and this is what we are assisting here today in this debate, that this is fully meeting the expectations that our societies in both continents are demanding from us decision makers when it concerns this. As you also mentioned, Ricardo, the attention that both the European Union and also Africa are bringing to the table on this subject, now this is getting traction. Even yesterday, as you said, also the United States announced a new additional cut on their emissions. It means that this agenda and this ambitious agenda is being shared every day by more and more countries, and this is a positive step towards our objectives. But answering your questions, what I want to emphasize is that to unleash Africa's economic potential, it is possible, but it is possible through a green and sustainable investment. And this is not only about financing. This must have, of course, innovative financing, and this is why we are here today. This is why also the European Investment Bank is sharing with us also the responsibility of carrying on this dialogue. But this is not only about finances. This is also about shared expertise, co-creation and development of adequate solutions on the green investment. And this is what we have been learning in these last days. This is also our experience as a country and as a cooperation partner. And what I want to just to mention is that during this dialogue, what we learned is that both our continents are ready to commit to this agenda and to have it at the core of our cooperation as partners to have more resilient and more inclusive societies. And we also think that the next European Union and African Union summit will present a unique opportunity to have this green transition in its agenda. And I think that with all these initiatives, with the involvement of the Commission, with all the work that UTA is doing, the European Investment Bank and all the countries, I think that we are at the turning point of having the green transition as a part, an essential and crucial part of the agenda of the dialogue between the two continents. This is what we want, because without that, we will never bring the private and the public sector to work together on this.
Let me just get back to the words of the statements made by President Biden in the past few days. Would you say that with the turning point that you mentioned between both continents, Europe and Africa, and with the commitment, with the present and new commitment of US, from now on, there's no excuse?
We think we are working to have a situation where there is no excuse, but we know that we have always lots of obstacles ahead of us. Our job is to create the conditions to move forward and definitely to reach those ambitious targets that in our case we already established in a new climate law. More important now is to understand, as Commissioner Sacco mentioned and underlined very clearly, we will never get there unless we bring the companies and the private sector to work not only with us, but it's our task to create the conditions for the private sector to develop into a more sustainable and green business models. And as much as we want our public budgets to foster this road, as Mo Ibrahim said, this is nothing compared to the trillions that the private sector might bring to this future.
Secretary Betty Aina, how can this be done in terms of job creation, especially to young people? And you are from a very big African country. We know that the climate change is already playing a huge impact in the lives of the populations. How can this green transition be set up, let's say, without disregarding the urgent need of job creation in your countries?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we need to look at it. All investments will lead to job creation. So the targeted investment that builds on public programs and builds on the public policy should be able to help us meet that. As we recover from COVID, of course, the first thing that we're doing is basically just trying to get the economies moving and producing again. But I think this gives us an opportunity to also give some indicative direction through public policy on the nature of growth and recovery we expect. And that should also signal the areas of investment, whether it's foreign investment or local investment. The Commissioner, for instance, has spoken about agriculture and rural development, but this gives us an opportunity to engage young people in these new areas. With expansion of ICT, for instance, with expansion of energy, we have actually seen a lot of young people in our country take to agriculture, which helps us in building our own capacity for food security and sufficiency. So these critical instruments and this critical targeted support with the direction of public policy will then encourage more and more young people. In the context of circularity, for instance, we've seen a lot of opportunities created in waste recovery and creation and innovation of new products that also lends itself to engagement of young people. So in keeping with this, I think we must have opportunities for more products. That I cannot, that also gives us an opportunity to really inspire small and medium enterprises in our countries, because that's our strength in Africa, as in every economy. So my view is that building on clear directions and thoughts by government and directions by public policy, partnerships such as with Europe and with ourselves should be able to send the right signals and provide the right instruments. We'll invest in the infrastructure, but we'll also need to provide the right financing instruments for small and medium enterprises to arise in this regard. Thank you.
Rafael, would you say that these small and medium enterprises need new financial instruments to, in a sense of easing the access to finance?
Well, I think at least we need to do more in finance for that.
No, I was asking Rafael.
And for example, what we have done last year is we have in the framework of our lending policy and at times of COVID, what we have done is to lend much more to financial institutions in Africa who are lending to SMEs. And what we have done like, for example, the Flexi Bank or TSDB, and what we have done is actually to put some elements of that would be linked to things that are green in SME financing, in helping the SMEs to move toward being more green. And actually, for me, this reflects one of the things in which I believe very much, which is the diversity of what we need to do in terms of financing. Because, we have talked a lot, and the Commissioner Sako said that very clearly about what is happening in the rural area. But sustainable urban development is also key. And you have very big projects like, for example, electrification grids or interconnections, but you have also very small projects, projects that are financing small off-grid for farmers or for rural areas that are today not connected. So I think we need to really have a sort of a palette of instruments. This is also why we need to have clearly strong partnerships with other public and private institutions, a point that actually the Utah made as well. And I would like to end by something that in which I believe very much. There are things that are key for making the green transition a success. And the just transition is one of these key elements. And the just transition was essential for EIB to adopt its own roadmap for climate transition, but this is also key in Africa. We cannot afford, or we will fail to have people left behind. And if I can take one example, We have seen over the last years in Europe, in America, in many Asian countries, the development of green bonds. These are great instruments to finance green projects. We have not seen that in Africa. And why is it the case? I mean, we think that as public institution, and we have done a project on that with a big asset manager, and with IFC actually, and with the Swiss cooperation, to do, well, let's try to give an incentive for African financial institutions to issue green bonds, to help them with the methodology to make sure that the green projects financed with green bonds are green projects, and to develop this kind also of green bond world that has too much concentrated in part of the world and not enough in those geographies where they are also very much needed. So, you know, I think this is really a very comprehensive agenda, and that's why we think at EIB this has to be at the heart of our strategy.
Very well. Mo Ibrahim, you told us about the need to develop power, solar and wind in Africa, and you told us about that number I mentioned a while ago, the 500 million people with no access to power. Do you think that the development of solar and wind power in Africa can as well help to change, to transform the structures of the other power, the political one?
Yes, I think it will bring a lot of stability. Let's be frank, we are very concerned about instability in a number of African countries. You are all aware of the issues we're having in Sahel, in Horn of Africa, and in a fragile situation. In order to bring stability, we need to do something quick to improve the life of people, to give some...
Excusez-moi, est-ce que vous pouvez répéter la question?
Sorry?
There was some...
Hello?
There was a strange interference. You can go on. You can go on.
Okay, sorry. So we need to bring something to improve the life of people immediately, give them hope. The worst thing when people lose hope, that's when people do stupid things. They join terrorist groups, you know, Al-Shabaab or Boko Haram, whatever they call it. There are so many of them. Or jump into these rickety little boats and try to cross the Mediterranean and die in the sea. It is very sad. And we need to bring some sense of hope. Nothing like power can suddenly generate a potential for development, for education, economic activities, jobs. It can be quick. And the beauty of solar is that you can just drop it. We need to have this little mini grids, you know. Later on, many years later, we can connect an intelligent grid, collect all this stuff. But what we need is immediate impact, which improve, because that stabilize, bring peace. Peace is so important, because without peace, we are destroying the little we have. And you look at the map around us, and you can see how fragile things are in so many countries. I'm very worried. I'm very worried about this situation, and I think we need to move. We need to move quickly, and in that context, actually, I really think it's so important to try to bring the private sector to the table, and the smart way for the public money, whether it is the European Investment Bank with development agencies, multilateral, is to leverage. $1 in development money can leverage $4 or $5 in private sector. Then we can have a multiplier effect. That is smart, guys. You know, let us box smart. Let us find a way which we can really bring an avalanche of money into this investment. What an investor will look as investor, how do you think? the first thing to think of is rule of law. Is it safe for me to go and put my money there? Is that country, do you have good governance? There is a rule of law. Does the courts work? They keep changing their mind. They keep, issuing new laws and apply it retrospectively, as some African countries, unfortunately, in the past used to do, which is absolutely crazy. We need to create this safe environment for people to come in. Unfortunately, some of our governments, they think the best way to attract investment is to offer tax holiday. This is stupid, it's damn stupid. It wrecks the public finances of the country. How are we gonna have a public finance if we don't tax companies and tax business? And this is not what business is looking for. Business is looking for transparency, for rule of law. That's what business look for. Don't give tax holidays. Offer people clean environment. That's what they're interested. Let me just point something clear. What is a tax holiday? If I'm an investor, how am I going to make use of a tax holiday? I cannot make use unless I'm making a profit, correct? Because tax is on profit. But if I'm making profit, I'm happy. So why you want to make me more happy? I'm happy, it's fine. So let us just be smart. Let us offer the right environment for people to come in. What public money can be used is to help create that environment together with local countries, and to give incentives, some form of guarantees, shared interest. I talked about joint equity where public money can accept lower return. That's my dream. If we can able to recycle public money over and over again by going in as equity holders, is much better than just dishing money out. This preserve public money for future recycling, increase our firepower. We need to find a smart way of really using the little we have in order to generate a greater impact. One worry for investors, for example, is currency, local currency. I invest in Nigeria, and very great investment going on very well, and suddenly the naira goes from 90 or 100 nairas to the dollar to 300. Then I'm underwater. Okay, I'm bankrupt. That's how businessmen think. How can we offer some security there? Can we offer loans in local currency instead of loans in euros or dollars, which becomes a problem if the currency devalue? We need just to be creative, to think, understand what is the mindset of the business people, how I can give them comfort without giving them, just dishing them money. That is not the way to do it. So I hope we can together find out an effective way to attract as much private money in there at a much lower cost to public money. I think it can be done by some creative thinking. And I think we have people around here with enough intellect to produce really wonderful models.
We are running against time, but I would like to ask you all a very simple question. Next spring next year, hopefully there will be a summit with the heads of state and government from both continents. What do you think, and I will start with you, Mo Ibrahim, what do you think that can be done until then? What should be a target in a year time? We are not listening to you. We are not hearing you.
Yeah, I would like to see some project moving ahead. We talk a lot. We have so many of these meetings, and what I want to see is a program, pilots showing the way this new stuff moving forward. I'm sorry. I hope I'm not being politically incorrect. I'm not a great believer in all this wonderful summit where heads of state go and bat each other in the back and hug And, it is nice, at least for people to meet. But the work done. And I think we need to get moving and put something at the table. Let us drop this energy project here and there. Let us get moving. That's the best thing we can really do.
Betty Aina, what can be done in 1 year?
A lot can be done in 1 year. You know how much time it takes to build a network look, we have built Africa in 6 years. The whole mobile networks in Africa were built in 6 years, and we ended up with 600-700 million subscribers. It can be done.
Betty
It
Aina.
can be done. If what we need is the political will and the clarity of what we're trying to do. That's what we need.
Thank you, Mo Ibrahim. The same question, Betty.
Thank you very much. I think in a year, we can take some of the ideas we've shared today into concretizing into a specific initiative that must have space for small and medium enterprises. And even if, like Ambrosio said, it's leveraging and supporting financial institutions, but it must be a vehicle that can target and extend support to small and medium enterprises that are innovating in this green space, because there's a lot of opportunity, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in manufacturing, whether it's in the services sector, to bring together a large number of players so that you actually can demonstrate that you're investing in green growth. So we've done energy, we've done infrastructure, we've done big projects in the past, but this is something that must make a pool of resources available for small and medium enterprises, and the support the local financial institutions to guarantee these investments. And I think it will really be something transformational. Thank you.
What can be done in 1 year, Commissioner Urpilainen?
I fully agree with Mo that we can do a lot. And I'm very convinced that we also shall do that. First of all, we need to have an exit strategy for COVID-19. I think that's the number one. That's the highest priority at the moment. We need to be able to deliver vaccines to Africa. We need to be able to start, or we have started already to vaccinate people, but we need to increase the speed. So we need to be faster. Then the second point is that from the European Union perspective, we have started to programming. So we have started to allocate our funding 80 billion euros, 80 billion euros. So now we are, finalizing that exercise so that all the decisions regarding programming will be taken by the end of this year. It means that 30% of our funding goes to climate-related projects. 20% goes to human development. And I fully agree with Mo that we need to give hope to people. And that's why, for instance, we are now investing more in education. We are investing more in young people because we know what is the demographic development in Africa. And without, for instance, education, young people won't have hope. So we are doing that exercise together with the financial institutions and with our member states. And of course, parallel to that, and this also relates to EIB, we are developing a new financing modalities in order to, to provide and offer financing opportunities to private sector. So we are doing all this, and I'm very sure that by the next year and when the summit is taking place, we also can see a concrete decision which has been taken.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Sakuk,
Thank you.
What can be done until next spring?
For us at the African Union, after the pandemic lesson, we really, did our homework. We have the Green Recovery Action Plan that, as I said in my introductory remarks, that we developed with UNECA and the Ministers of Environment of Africa. AMSEN, we have the Secretariat of Ministers of Environment. It was adopted by the African Union organ. And I would like to invite my dear sister Jutta to really buy in, in this initiative, the Green Recovery Action Plan. And I gave the pillars that we identify. Climate finance is very important. So for us, it's a priority because we have already got the NDCs, the National Determined Contributions of Africa since 2015. Up to now, lack of climate finance, we don't have finance, we cannot implement. So it is really urgent because the intensity and the extreme intensity of disasters on the continent is very high. We saw at the beginning the video that you share with us in Mozambique, the cyclone, the way it devastated. So to us, it is really very important that we should build back better with the Green Recovery Action Plan that we elaborated with the partners. Is the implementation phase that we need because we want to, in November, when we have the COP, COP in Glasgow, at least we have something, to share and to say that we have implemented it. In African Union, we have a lot of tools, but let's these tools become an action. I was just being re-elected for the second mandate, and I really want, all the partners to come, give support to our member countries so that we can, accelerate. We have the strategy, the blue economy strategy. So we need to implement. All these tools are available. One of the colleagues said that we have a lot of, these tools, these instruments, but the instrument stays on the shelf for lack of implementation. I thank you.
Ambroise Fayol.
Well, to be very short, and because I completely agree with what previous speakers have said, and in particular, I agree with Jutta on what needs to be done. But my point would be, let's do this exercise next year. Let's do this forum next year, indeed, and I am sure you will see that we have been making a lot of progress in terms of developing partnership, in terms of developing the right and appropriate policies to develop investment in green. But you will also see a lot of projects that are in the making, and I think this is also what needs to be seen. The lot of projects that are implemented in Africa to support the green recovery is incredibly, and that makes me very optimistic.
Francisco André.
Three things. First of all, in this year is crucial for all of us. We hope to be the year of the recovery, where we start our recovery after this pandemic that hit us. And what we want to achieve, all of us, is a more resilient economy, but also a more sustainable and inclusive society. And for that, we also need, especially when it comes to our two continents, more and more solidarity. That's what we have been working for in a true, honest and open partnership until now. Also, we are running against time, not only in today's panel, but we are running against time in this fight to mitigate the effects of climate change. And we really need to focus on that and never forget that by 1 second. And Jutta and Ambroise, they put it in a very straight manner. We have means, we have resources. We have been working a lot to have this new framework of capacity for investment. Now we need to use it. We need to encourage our partners, our private sector, our cooperation agencies, NGOs, everyone to use this means to invest, to use today's breakout sessions, for instance, where we'll have a capacity to host dialogues between all the private entrepreneurs and partners that want. It's important to keep this dialogue not only at our level, but to keep this open dialogue for all the interested parties. And last word, just to thank you and all the panelists for joining in this initiative. And I agree with Ambroise, the challenge is to meet again in 1 year and see what happened until then, what happened so far. Thank you.
Until then, I hope to meet you all again in radio interviews at TSF Radio News, let's say. It was a great honor and a great pleasure to moderate this panel, and now I will give back the floor to Paulo Dentinho.
Thank you all for this fruitful and positive discussion. It gives us hope. Now it's time to have a coffee break. Don't go away. We will be back in 15 minutes. Welcome back. Allow me just a quick reminder that after the closing session, we will continue our fruitful discussions in our breakout sessions, interactive platforms where participants can meet financial experts, policymakers, and entrepreneurs. Let's continue now with our program. Time to hear the Mayor of Lisbon, last year's Green Capital. Fernando Medina will address the green transition and the role of the cities.
Dear Minister of Foreign Affairs, dear President of the European Investment Bank, dear President of the African Development Bank, dear participants. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you today. As proudly Mayor of Lisbon, a historical and ancient city that has recently been awarded as European Green Capital. It is a pleasure to be here with you to share our views about the most important challenge that unites us all in the world: fight and tackle climate change. And this battle is going to be won or lost in urban areas, in cities. That's where the most part of the population lives. That's where the biggest part of emissions is produced. So the battle about climate change is going to be won or lost in the cities, with the success or failure of the policies that we developed in the cities. So the first condition to move forward is to strengthen and to improve the network and partnerships between cities. That's what's happening after 2005, when national governments, between failing their international relationship and lacking the strength of the international goals, when it was impossible at the international level to raise that, cities become much more aware and much more strong in connecting networks. But we need to go fast, and we need to go further in expanding these networks. So expanding the networks of cities between European and African cities is of utmost importance. Because sharing these experiences of what each one is doing, it's of utmost importance. And creating the opportunities of changing information about financing mechanisms, about capacity, about how to do things, it would be of utmost importance. And the dialogue between cities has another different. Normally, it is a much more practical dialogue. How to do things that work, things that make a difference, things that produce results. One thing that is very important is to understand that this is a common goal for all cities in the world. The developed countries and the cities in the most rich countries and the cities in the poor countries are united by this common goal. This is not a challenge for the cities in poor countries. This is a challenge for everyone together. Because we all know, and the Secretary General of the United Nations has stressed several times, that when we face the problems and the tragedies about anger, about starvation, about huge flux of migrations, many of them are related with climate change, with the difficulty to produce and to live in a much more difficult environment. So this reality is going to be worsened if we don't tackle it together in the next years. Obviously, we are not going to make the same things everywhere. We are not going to reproduce solutions that are the same, but we can learn with each other, and we can use the solutions that are best suited for everyone. I can give you an example. The development of rapid bus transit systems in Brazil, in Curitiba, inspired European cities to be much more faster and quicker to speed up the change from individual transport to public transport systems that are that save emissions, that lower the emissions and help the environment and the quality and the sustainable of the development of a city. But I can go with other examples. When we see some African cities that are quickly expanding green areas, that's an example of most importance, because it is a very good way of fighting the heat waves, about creating mobility patterns and paths on connecting villages and connecting different areas of cities, the green infrastructure, a part of a development and urban planning area. So we can learn with each other. We should learn with each other, and we should use what are the most practical solutions to achieve our goals with this idea in mind. This is a common goal. We are going to win or lose it together. This is not a goal that someone can win and the other will not. We just win it together or we lose it together. This is at most importance for us and for the next generations, that we can work together between cities, within the institutions that are now focused on financing these green investments to build together the solutions for our common future. Thank you very much.
As Mayor Medina pointed out, sharing experiences is of utmost importance. And that's one of the main objectives of this forum. Carlos Lopes is the High Representative for Partnership with Europe from the African Union. Let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you for the opportunity. I really would like to commend the Portuguese presidency of the European Union and the European Investment Bank for this very important event. African countries are committed to the Paris Agreement. In fact, they were amongst those with the most ambitious targets presented to the agreement discussions. And this was based on the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. Obviously, in addition to the environmental concerns, there are economic concerns resulting from the climate change challenges that we are all facing. We know that 60% of the labor force is employed in agricultural sector in Africa, the most climate sensitive sector. Fisheries and the preservation of our seas and our blue economy is equally important. And taking the example of West Africa, we know that fish catches are expected to decline quite considerably by as much as 50% by 2050. Compromising livelihoods along the coasts and making sure also that we have to operate our transitions more quicker than we probably had expected. We know also that the conflict resulting from environmental distress is increasing quite considerably in the continent, and we know that some of the consequences are also in the way we are handling our economies, and the fact that we are becoming more and more dependent on a chain of elements that we don't control. We know from the COVID pandemic impact that this can just become more exacerbated. We have seen the devastation with countries that depend on tourism, countries like the Seychelles or Cape Verde, that have close to 20 and 13% respectively of employment being generated by tourism, being affected dramatically by such developments. We know also that the commitment to addressing climate change is taking place against the backdrop of us not being able to operate sufficiently rapidly our transition to an industrialized space, where we'll have the opportunities of creating the jobs that are required by a booming demographic, and by the fact that we have become too much dependent over decades on commodities that are compromised as we move into the future. There is a recognition for the need to shift towards a greener economy as part of these various transitions I was mentioning. But acknowledging that the match of that ambition requires financing, and this financing is becoming problematic. Under the Paris Agreement, a commitment was made to meet a target of $100 billion a year to finance adaptation in developing countries. A great portion of this amount was supposed to find its way in Africa, but we are far from these figures, so much so that it is questionable whether the commitment is still there to meet such figure, or whether it was just a proclamation. Focus on adaptation, by the way, can also be problematic. Adaptation finance in Africa in and of itself is very modest. The involvement of the private sector has been even more of a challenge, as adaptation does not automatically lend itself to profit. Countries will therefore need to mobilize funding, including from development financial institutions such as the European Investment Bank, to meet this challenge, while introducing policies to stimulate private sector engagement, including involving them in mitigation. There is a need to encourage risk-averse investors to look into Africa differently. Initiatives to de-risk funding are therefore useful, but we need to work on their co-ownership, and we need to also work on their transparency. African countries are also increasingly turning into green bonds. This is still an underdeveloped market. Africa still accounts for less than 1% of the issued green bonds, but there is enormous potential to tap into this opportunity if the right incentives are put in place and if the right policies to support them are also followed. We need to also build on initiatives that are emerging in Africa and led by African entrepreneurs. This should not be a one-way traffic. To take the example of agriculture, African entrepreneurs have been innovating, many focusing on organic farming. Africa accounts for 27% already of the certified organic producers worldwide. And I think it is important to mention an impressive 89% increase in agricultural land dedicated to organic production over the last decade. The majority of the products are destined to Europe. And I think it is very important that many producers that are supported in this chain are small scale, including women. Supporting them not only requires investments, but also beyond market access, the right set of trade policies. So I would say the pitfalls of building back better that we all envisage as a response to the post-COVID era has to take cognizance of the fact that Africa has specificities that need to be acknowledged by its partners and that are going to be the contributors for the structural transformation that the continent requires and the continent has put as a priority on its Agenda 2063. I thank you.
After this important contribution from Carlos Lopes, time has come now to explore how to make profit with a purpose, a green purpose, and at the same time keep business competitive. Paulo Cardoso is in charge to moderate the next debate. Paula, your turn.
Thank you, Paulo. Before starting our discussion, we are going to watch a short video from SolarWorks.
Meu nome é Elisa Samaria Mazive, estou há 9 meses como costureira. Tive como inspiração a minha mãe. Desde pequena eu acompanhava seus trabalhos E daí cresceu o amor pela costura.
O objetivo da associação é mitigar os efeitos negativos da pobreza. Havia mulheres que estavam sentadas em casa, não faziam nada. E a partir do momento que receberam as máquinas, começaram a trabalhar.
A situação da energia elétrica é bastante caótica. Sofremos cortes, temos custo bastante elevado.
O benefício que temos com essas máquinas solares é que não gastamos nenhum valor para carregar as máquinas para poderem funcionar. Simplesmente, por no sol, recarregamos a nossa bateria e a máquina funciona.
O meu trabalho não para. A máquina tem as suas próprias lâmpadas. Posso trabalhar até alta noite.
A SolarWorks está a inovar nos sistemas solares, especialmente em máquinas de costura, entre outras, porque procuramos não só dar iluminação a estas famílias, como também procuramos fazer o uso produtivo desta energia, de maneiras que eles possam gerar um rendimento para as suas famílias.
No futuro, eu gostaria de trabalhar com uma vasta equipe e ter minha própria marca Elisa Fashions.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second panel of the high-level European Union Africa Green Investment Forum. My name is Paula Cardoso. I am the founder of the digital platform AfroLink, that aims to promote and visibilize African and Afro-descendant professionals in Portuguese society. And I must tell, I am very excited to be moderating such a fantastic panel on developing profitable, green and sustainable business models, and in particular, on the ways in which private and financial actors can support African entrepreneurship. To address this important topic, we will start with the keynote address from Odile Renaud-Basso, President of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to address you on the occasion of this important discussion, unfortunately, I do it virtually in a recorded message. There is now a clear and broad consensus that green and sustainable development in Africa and elsewhere cannot be achieved without private sector financing and participation. EBRD began to operate in North Africa, in Egypt, Morocco, and Tunisia in 2012, in the aftermath of the Arab Spring. Today, North Africa represents a large share of our operation and one of the greatest success stories for EBRD. So far, we have invested 11.5 billion euros in almost 300 projects across the region. And private sector development, as well as supporting sustainable and green investment and entrepreneurship, have been at the very core of our engagement in the region. Several features of our business model have been key to our success in North Africa. First, our private sector focus, with more than 70% of our projects on the private sector through debt, equity, risk-sharing facilities. Second, our policy engagement. We don't provide only funding, but also engage in policy dialogue on structural, sector-specific and business-oriented reforms. Third, our cooperation with other IFIs and DFIs. We joined forces to invest on joint projects representing 6.4 billion, more than 61 projects in the region. And we do not just only invest together, but also coordinated our policy work. For example, in Tunisia, we had joint mission with the EBRD, the EU and the World Bank on high-level mission on reforms, in which all the other IFIs and DFIs active in the country participated. And fourth feature is our strong presence in the ground, with more than 100 staff in the ground in offices in Cairo, Tunis, Casablanca, but also in several secondary cities. Now focusing on concrete example on how the EBRD has supported the green transition and private sector development in Africa. I will start with Africa's largest solar project, which has been financed in 2017 by EBRD and IFC, mobilizing and investing a total of 1.5 billion euros on the solar energy near Benban in Egypt, thus creating Africa's largest solar park and one of the largest in the world. The project received the Global Multilateral Deal of the Year award, and it could not have been possible without intense upstream joint policy work that led to the reform of the Egyptian feed-in tariff mechanism. Second example, green financing facilities. We work closely with local banks in North Africa to roll out green economy financing facilities, mainly to SMEs, to help them upgrade their production facilities and premises and save energy. Egypt and Morocco have been one of our most fertile markets, where we provided green funding via 12 local banks. This again attracted co-financing from other IFIs and DFIs. And third, SME support. We have a small business initiative who offers SME a product combining financing and advisory support. And we have channeled so far more than 1.7 billion of funding through local banks to facilitate the access to finance to thousands of Egyptian, Tunisian, Moroccan SMEs, including during the COVID crisis. We also work with local partner institutions to encourage lending in local currency and help companies reducing their currency risk exposure. And we have financial products dedicated to women and young entrepreneurs. And in Tunisia and Egypt, we launched a startup support program providing nascent companies with access to know-how and business networks. To conclude, I'm convinced that the focus on developing private sector business through policy work and investment is a way to create the most impact and improve the livelihood of people in the region, but also to support green investment. And I'm convinced that all development institutions working together, building on each and every particular institution's strengths, can deliver more than the sum of their parts. As our shareholders are considering the possibility of a limited and gradual expansion of our activities to sub-Saharan African countries, the EBRD is looking forward to new opportunities to promote further the green transition and private sector development agendas in North Africa and perhaps beyond. Thank you very much for your attention.
After this recorded intervention, let's greet our excellent panelists, starting with Professor Shimseddine Chittour, Minister of Energy Transition and Renewable Energies of Algeria. Welcome. Following is Dr. Kandé Mkela, economist and former UN Under-Secretary General from Sierra Leone, co-chair of the Africa-Europe Foundation Strategic Group on Energy. Welcome. After, I have the great honor to receive Bruno Venn, Chairman of the Association of European Development Finance Institutions. Welcome. Continuing with our introductions, let's greet Viri Shaba, founder and director of Shaba Green Building Design and Engineering from South Africa. Welcome. The next speaker on our agenda is Alexandra Serra, the Executive Director of Águas de Portugal International. Welcome. Finally, we close these presentations with Marta Maris, CEO of Sofid, a company that supports investments projects of Portuguese companies in emerging and developing countries. Welcome. Now that we've met our panelists, we'll have a brief round of opening statements, and then our distinguished panel will engage in a discussion around some key questions. When making your opening statements, I will ask each of you to kindly take up no more than 3 minutes so that we can have ample time for discussion. Let's start once again with Professor Chittour.
Merci, madame. Bonjour à vous. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de remercier la présidence portugaise du Conseil de l'Union européenne 2021 et la Banque européenne d'investissement pour l'organisation de cette rencontre qui renforce les relations entre nos deux continents. Permettez-moi de vous dire quelques mots sur la situation énergétique en Algérie. L'Algérie, comme vous le savez, c'est le premier pays d'Afrique. C'est un pays qui était jusqu'à présent à vocation fossile et depuis quelques mois, le président de la République en Algérie a créé un ministère de la transition énergétique dont la vocation est d'abord de sortir graduellement des énergies fossiles à la mise en place d'abord des économies d'énergie, ensuite d'un plan renouvelable et ensuite de la définition d'un modèle énergétique à 2030. Mais parallèlement, il est important de savoir que l'Algérie a fait des efforts importants dans la limitation des effets du changement climatique, c'est-à-dire de la pollution, proprement dit. Et dans ce cadre, elle a écrit un livre blanc sur l'impact des changements climatiques en Algérie, qui lui sert en quelque sorte de repère pour mener les efforts qu'il faut pour atténuer les effets des changements climatiques. Nous avons convenu que l'Algérie respecte les 7% prévus par les Nations Unies, mais elle pense aller jusqu'à 22% si elle était accompagnée par une politique qui lui permettra graduellement de sortir des énergies fossiles. Voilà globalement, en ce qui concerne la situation en Algérie. Nous sommes dans l'étape actuellement de la mise en place d'un plan renouvelable et nous essayons de chercher les formules les plus adéquates pour pouvoir réussir ce plan solaire de l'ordre de 15 000 MW en 2035. Nous démarrons en 2021 avec 1000 MW. Bien, voilà en quelques mots la situation qui prévaut en Algérie. J'aurai peut-être l'opportunité de reprendre la parole tout à l'heure, mais en ce qui concerne notre vision de l'Afrique, permettez-moi de vous donner mon sentiment en tant que professeur d'université qui a beaucoup travaillé dans le domaine de l'énergie et des changements climatiques. En Afrique, nous souffrons de plusieurs maux. D'abord, évidemment, le retard que l'on peut imputer à des degrés divers à la dette coloniale, ça c'est un autre débat, mais ce qui est surtout important pour nous, c'est comment démarrer. Il nous reste à mettre en place une stratégie qui peut être valable si on arrive, par la force des choses, à faire un état des lieux. L'Afrique pollue pour environ 3% du total. Sur les 1400 milliards de tonnes de CO2, l'Afrique, c'est 40 milliards de tonnes, c'est-à-dire c'est l'équivalent d'une année. Il est donc, de mon point de vue, important d'avoir une vision généreuse dans le développement de l'Afrique pour mobiliser les fonds verts, pour mobiliser ce que nous sommes en train de discuter, la Banque européenne d'investissement, l'aide publique au développement, bref, faire en sorte qu'on puisse pouvoir à la fois réparer ce qui s'est passé, mais surtout promouvoir un développement durable qui ne laisse personne sur le bord de la route. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you, Professor. Dr. Yumkela, you're next, please. We can't listen.
Thank you very much. I wish to express deep gratitude to the organizers of the forum and the Portuguese presidency of the European Union for allowing me to share a few ideas with you about EU-Africa Green in this Africa-EU Green Investment Forum.
We are having some troubles with
our keynote speaker, the president.
Dr. Yumkela, sorry. We're having some problems with your connection.
Well, let me take the video off. Can you hear me now?
We will move to Mr. Van, and then we will come back to you. It's okay that way? It works for you? Mr. Van, please, go ahead.
Yeah, many thanks to the Portuguese presidency of the EU and the EIB for the opportunity to speak to you today. As a chair of EDFI, the association representing 15 European development finance institutions supporting private sector and developing countries, I am honored to participate in this high-level forum as a timely event to reaffirm our contribution to Team Europe's ambition to contribute to sustainable development goals in Africa and to align financing with Paris Agreement. With a third of our portfolio of 46 billion euros invested in sub-Saharan Africa, we are by far the largest European provider of financial support to the private sector in Africa. We are very much concerned about the economic and social impact of the pandemic on the private sector, especially on SMEs. And we believe very much that we play a key role in maintaining investment levels in these challenging times in Africa and in bringing investors back into the African markets for sustainable and inclusive recovery. The pandemic has revealed the importance of a strong cooperation among DFIs. This collective engagement is reflected by a new coalition for African SMEs headed by and organized and headed by us. We jointly have committed to mobilize at least 4 billion US dollars by the end of this year to African SMEs. With that, we will increase our support of EDFIs to the financial sector that accounts already for 32% of our portfolio even further. Climate finance is our top priority. Our consolidated portfolio in climate finance is already more than 10 billion, with solar and wind and hydro account for 60% of the total climate finance investment. In addition, through the electrification financing initiative, Electrify, which is a 250 million plus euro impact investment facility funded by the European Union and managed by us, we finance private sector projects to provide access to clean and affordable energy in developing countries, as we have seen in the video, for example, in Maputo. And up to now, 42 million people benefit from the project finance so far. For more than a decade, we have been managing co-financing facilities such as the European Financing Partners and the Interact Climate Change Facility, together with EIB, through which more than 1 billion euros have been invested in projects so far. And with the recent replenishment, we have enhanced the efforts to play an important role in Team Europe's investments in private sector approach that scale up climate change and mitigation and energy access. We as EDFI, we work very closely with the private sector in designing policy recommendations that would foster further private investments in developing countries, like we do, for example, under the Renew Africa initiative. Together with the Climate Finance Leadership Initiative and the Global Infrastructure Facility, we just have published investment readiness guidelines. Right policies have an immense potential to mobilize climate finance where it's needed. Last but not least, our harmonization initiative launched in 2019 is currently focusing on delivering a joint EDFI approach to climate and energy finance. Through this initiative, we have recently reinforced our commitment to catalyze private green investment and funding, and believe very much setting a collective example for other investors is particularly important in the lead up to COP26, and as countries strive to achieve a sustainable recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Looking forward very much for the debate.
Thank you. Now we are going to come back to Dr. Jumkela.
Thank you very much. I am very grateful for this opportunity to share a few ideas with you about how we can enhance EU-Africa cooperation in the green investment field. This forum is very consistent with the work we're doing in the Africa-Europe Foundation, particularly in my strategy group on energy transitions in Africa and in Europe. it is important that we note from what we've heard from the keynote speaker that if we want to scale up green investments in Africa, we must start with the upstream policy work. It is crucial that we have the right regulatory and policy environment if we're going to attract large-scale green investments in Africa. So in our work in the Africa-Europe Foundation Energy Strategy Group, we have targeted the whole issue of how we set up predictable, transparent regulatory frameworks in Africa. And in that respect, we're collaborating with the Florence School of Regulation, the Cape Town University, Energy Future Center, and several institutions, including the World Bank and the African Development Bank, to establish the first Africa school, as the keynote speaker explained. If you want to attract investments in the range of billions of dollars, the regulatory environment has to be predictable. Second, we need to build the capacity of local African banks to enter the green space. For local African banks, this is still a new area. And indeed, from the keynote speaker, you heard what they did in the case of North Africa to build capacity of local banks, provide also seed capital for them to be able to on-lend. Our local banks currently are not involved in the green space. Very few, apart from South Africa and in Nigeria or in Kenya. Very few African banks, for example, are investing in renewable energy. We need to build capacity there to understand how to do
Once again, problems with the connection
on these projects, but also liquidity to be able to invest in these kinds of long-term infrastructure investments. Second, we need more de-risking capital. Because of the weakness of governance institutions, worried about the political risks, but also the foreign exchange risks. We need more de-risk.
We are still experiencing some problems with the connectivity of Dr. Yumkela. So let's move on to you, Verishiba. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much sorry, I have a whole speech prepared. This is a big moment for me. So let me just start from the beginning. So I just want to start off by just thanking the European Investment Bank, as well as the Portuguese presidency of the Council of the European Union. I think the reason why this weighs very heavily on my heart is because I am the only African entrepreneur on this panel at the moment. And so that means I've got 1.2 billion people who basically I am speaking on behalf of them. And I really hope that I do enough justice to what is going on the ground for us as African entrepreneurs in green. So just to give a bit of context about who I am, I'm Verishiba, and I am the CEO of a company called Green Design here in South Africa. And we specifically focus on looking at green buildings and cities because we know that is one of the best low cost and least cost ways in which African countries can actually meet their NDC requirements, as well as one of the best ways to mitigate climate change, because buildings and cities contribute to 40% of greenhouse gas emissions. And so we think that by actually doing a green transition when it comes to buildings, not only do we solve the electrification problem in Africa, because 55% of Africans still do not have access to electricity, but we also are able to solve the sustainability problem and what we're actually trying to achieve in terms of the Paris Agreement. And so by doing this, we actually provide access to Africans to electricity through green. And that just solves both an economic and an environmental challenge. And so I founded this business at the age of 26, which was a few years ago. I'm now 32, but I founded the business then. And in founding the business, I had no funding at all. All I had was 4,000 euros. And since then, the business has grown in 5 years, where we are overseeing 285,000 square meters of buildings and transitioning that into green, with a project value of 100 million euros. And we have worked in 13 African countries. All of this has been done with no funding at all received from anyone. And so the question for me is really, what if we had been funded? And what if other businesses across the continent, knowing that 90% of businesses on the continent are SMEs, what if they had funding? And a lot of the time, they're not looking for 1 million euros, they're just looking for 50,000 euros. And so I think the three main things that I would want to say is, the first is that Africa is the least contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. We only contribute less than 5%, with South Africa contributing 1%. And so but yet we still have the most ambitious targets towards decarbonizing. And so I think it's not that there's not a will for Africa to go through a green transition, it's that we don't have access to finance. And I think that the reason is because there is a perceived risk about Africa. There's a perceived risk that you can't invest in Africa, or African SMEs, or African women, or African youth. But if you hear my story, and knowing that I was selected as one of Forbes Africa's 30 under 30 in terms of climate action, there are businesses in Africa that are like mine and like me. And I think that it's that the advisory, there isn't that connection in terms of advisory to say, in Djibouti, in Benin, in Gambia, not only South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, and Egypt, across the continent, 54 countries, there are youth who are hungry and want to do a green transition, but are just not getting access to that because of a perceived risk about Africa and doing business with African SMEs. And I think the third thing is because I think it comes down to taxonomy. So I think that when you look at investor readiness, a lot of the African businesses have the bankable idea, but it's not structured in a way that makes sense to traditional investors. And I think that if a bit of funding was dedicated towards pre-feasibility and seed, so that stage, I think that a lot of the businesses would probably then be able to get access to larger funding. It's just that we're not creating it in a way that shows that we are investor ready. And so that's really just my contribution in terms of an opening statement. And I really hope that through this roundtable, we'll actually be able to have more of these dialogues, hopefully even with the EIB, but more of these dialogues so that we can actually just figure out how to match the expectations of Europe with the ambition and the hunger and the passion of African green SMEs like mine and others across the continent. And I really hope that that's kind of something that we'll have in terms of next steps from this discussion. So thank you. I know it was a bit shaky at the beginning, but it's weighty on me, and I really hope that we're able to solve the solution.
It was great, Viri. Thank you. It was very inspiring. Now we are following with Ms. Serra, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this inspiring panel. Hello to the participants, and well, I think that there is a large consensus that sharing is a very powerful tool to inspire the green transition. So I'm here just to share with you what Águas de Portugal is doing in our journey towards transition to the circular economy. So, Águas de Portugal is a state-owned water operator, the largest water utility in Portugal. We have a national footprint. We are present all over the country, and we are also very active on international markets, mainly in Africa, but also in Latin America and in Africa, in Asia. Águas de Portugal was created 25 years ago to lead the water services reforms in Portugal. And it was indeed a very successful journey. Portugal now has reached excellent standards in water quality, pollution control, and environmental protection. And now we are preparing the future, the next step. And in fact, we are working on a new journey to create and to develop innovative green business models. And this is my challenge in these initial remarks, to share with you what we are doing. And let me tell you that we like to say that more than being a water utility, managing water supply and wastewater, our mission is really to provide environmental services to the society, to the well-being of the society. And well, in one flash, let me share with you our journey. And we are working in parallel in 4 main dimensions. The first one is innovation in governance. This green transition is not only about technology. It's also about stronger institutions, new ways of creating institutions. And we believe that new business models demand new governance. It's not possible to develop new approaches with the same old governance models. And last year, Águas de Portugal created a new company, ADP Valor, which is an innovative instrument to accelerate innovation and to take value out of these new business models in circular economy. Another dimension is that we are trying to capture synergies between resources valorization and energy neutral solutions. ADP Zero program is under implementation, and it is a program that has the objective of being energy neutral in our operations by 2030. And at the same time, we have our sludge management master plan, which includes green investments of around 100 million euros for the next 5 years, with the objective to reduce 50% of the sludges generated in wastewater, and mainly to reduce our carbon footprint and also to valorize and to produce fertilizers and other valuable materials out of this raw material that is the sludges. Third dimension that we are working, and I think it's very important, and the video, the inspiring video in the beginning also shows this. It's really important to connect infrastructures and circular economy with digital technologies. And we are doing that in our new business models for circular economy. These models are being leveraged by B2B platforms, digital platforms, to connect assets with resources and with all the business players in the models. Last one, but not the least, virtuous partnerships and new partnerships that must involve water users and also economic sectors. For example, we are working with agro-industries, with farmers, in a very virtuous projects that include wastewater recycling, includes fertilizers using our resources that come out of our operations. Last note, regarding financing. I think that good projects easily attract financing. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is yours now.
Thank you so much.
Marish.
Thank you for this invitation, and thanks to the organizers, the Portuguese presidency of the European Union, and also the European Investment Bank. It is an honor to be here sharing the panel with such distinguished speakers. A warm welcome. I would love to have you all here in Lisbon, and a particular welcome to Bruno Venn from the European DFIs. SOFID is the Portuguese DFI. We have 80% of our portfolio concentrated in projects in Africa, some related to climate. We signed, among other DFIs, as Bruno already have said, a statement on climate and energy finance. So we committed to exclude coal and fuel oil financing till 2030, and to be with zero carbon emissions in our portfolio till 2050. So climate finance is become a priority for us as other DFIs. And as we already heard, Africa is the continent suffering the most from this climate change. And 55% of people don't have access to electricity. And we can imagine how this is important for the economy. So we know that we need that economy and politics agree and align the activities on SDGs and Paris Agreement. I will just bring here 3 dimensions that I think they are very, very important for the sustainable business model that we want. And these 3 dimensions are, of course, the first one, the private sector. We have to crowd in the private sector. We know that there are huge opportunities in Africa and that become very visible when we visit a country in Africa. And we can ask, why doesn't the private sector jump in? So that's the first dimension I would like to bring here to our panel. The second one is capital. We need huge amount of capital to inflow to Africa. And this can become, it is the role of financial institutions like SOFID and others, and the European Investment Bank, of course. And finally, I will have to speak about the political dimension. It's not just economics, as we know. We have to be at the European level, at the level of the member states from one side, and on the other end, also from the African governments, we have to have an alignment so that we can have these new business models, so that we can have a more green economy, as we all wish. Finally, just one final message. We have to have a global collective support, and we have to have action, in fact. So I hope this conversation can inspire some of you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Paula.
Thank you. Thank you all for your excellent remarks. With our topic discussion in mind, I am going to address the first question to our entrepreneur, Viri Shaba. Viri, can you tell us, based on your entrepreneurial experience, what do you think that we should do to support more African entrepreneurs, specifically women?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. What I would say is I'll probably just give a bit of the context. So in terms of the venture capital funding that came into entrepreneurs globally, it was 281 billion euros. I'm going to use before COVID because obviously 2020 was different. Of that 281 billion euros, 500 million euros went to Africa. That's 0.2% that went to African entrepreneurs. And this is in terms of VC, so venture capitalist funding, which is what most of the African businesses have to access, because conventionally, a lot of them don't really qualify for that funding, but they'll more likely qualify for funding from a venture capitalist or an angel investor. Of that 500 million euros that was invested in Africa, 0.2%, only 30 million euros was invested in African African businesses that had a female co-founder. So that means 0.01% of VC funding is going to African women and African women-led businesses. And so I think that just from an entrepreneurial perspective, I think what we could do to help change that, is to maybe start off with that there are very limited number of female decision makers or African female decision makers that are influencing the deployment of capital into the continent. Just to give a bit of insight, so we started Green Design Capital, which we're opening up the fundraising for that on the 30th of April until the 30th of June. And we had to start that because we found that it's the smaller amounts that I had mentioned to go into educating African entrepreneurs, specifically women, on how to be investor ready, because that's really where the problem lies. So they're not even qualifying for some of the seed funding. And so it's really looking at how we can just get more of that investor ready knowledge and education into a lot of great businesses that are there, but that just don't have the model that's required. I think the second thing is just also looking at mentorship And so looking at how people can move from seed funding to Series A to Series B, that's not really happening a lot with the African women entrepreneurs. And so again, it's actually stopping and asking, why is that the case? Because it's not that there is a lack of talent, it's that there's a lack of opportunity. And so I think it's really trying to see how to best get them to either to have mentorship. So for me, the greatest lessons that I learned was actually when I was flown up to Germany in 2017. And that was my first time going back to Europe since being a teenager. And I'm an engineer, mechanical engineer, so I love German engineering. And for me to actually see it and to be able to meet with businesses that side and to really have that, be part of that ecosystem, that helped. As well as when I have gone to Finland and Italy and you know, I've really traveled a lot to Europe to the point that I do want to do my master's in Europe so I can spend more time there so that I can bring more capital into Africa. I think that it's really getting that mentorship in place as well. And then I think just the third thing is, again, first stage financing. Ultimately, it's just, as I said earlier, a lot of these businesses for seed and for pre-feasibility do not need 10 million euro as, you know, as their ticket size. They actually just need, you know, 500,000 euros or something less than 50,000 euros. And I think that it's really being mindful not to just copy and paste an investment model on our continent. And a lot of that normally doesn't look at seed funding. That's normally done by angel investors, but looking at seed funding, because that's something that I think will make a difference in terms of that. So it would be investor education to get female entrepreneurs on the continent investor ready. It'll be mentorship, maybe partnering some female startups in Africa with female startups in Europe or something along those lines, just so that they can also see how it is done in terms of being able to, as again, I said, the taxonomy, so the language. A lot of female entrepreneurs in Africa focus on the social impact and not on the return on investment. And so I think really helping us to understand the terminology from that perspective. And I think the third one is looking at the true stages of Africa on the ground and understanding that the majority of entrepreneurs need seed funding. And from there, they'll be able to fly and really go to Series A and Series B, but it's that beginning. And the fourth is, I spoke about access to electrification. I'm sorry, I just added this now, but also remember access to technology. A lot of, if there's 55% aren't electrified, then they don't have access to technology and digital. And so I think being on the ground makes a difference. There's good stuff happening in countries that we don't know about because they don't have access to internet. So yeah, that would be my thoughts.
Thank you, Very. Thank you for your reflections. At this point, I'm going to ask if any of the panelists would like to make some additional comments. Anyone? Yes, go ahead, Mr. Van, please.
I think what she addressed is very crucial, and I hear that quite often. And let me firstly start with saying that I'm also a member of the advisory group of the Tony Elumelu Foundation. And the Tony Elumelu Foundation has a Pan-African network that helps to create entrepreneurship and providing also seed capital. And I'm very proud that 70% of the alumni are women, and we can also see that there is really impact and changing. But what you address is that it's fundamental. There's a fundamental change needed in the financial industry in Africa, because in most cases, banks to some extent are hesitating to provide finance to small and medium-sized enterprises. And this has to be changed, and this is why also policy reforms by the banking regulator, by the central banks, are crucial. Then the second, what you referred to, venture capital funds. That's also a new technology which is not very well known, and even in Europe, I can tell you we are facing the same problems. And whenever I discussing with German entrepreneur startup companies, they're more or less coming out with the same arguments and the criticism. And this is why I would like also to touch upon once again on some kind of policy reforms. I know that there are a lot of pension funds in Africa. They have a huge amount of funding, but they really don't know where to invest in the context of Africa. So once again, creating an enabling environment which allows the pension funds also to put some funding in seed capital, venture capital, this would help very much. And the final point I would like to make is with the female entrepreneur. We in EDFI, we are extremely proud that some of our members have joined forces and have created together with other bilateral DFIs a 2x challenge, and we originally projected to commit 3 billion, but the outcome last year was that we came out with a little bit more than 4.5 billion US dollars for women entrepreneurs. And once again, TA is needed. What also the professor was alluded to. TA for banks, making banks much more aware how to develop the right credit technology that fits for female entrepreneurs and for the needs of small and medium-sized enterprises. And some of our members actually are providing this kind of capacity development. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Van. Now let's turn the floor over to Professor Chitour. Professor? I have a question. I don't know if you are listening, but we are not listening you.
Oui, posez votre question.
Okay, now we're good.
Est-ce que je peux parler?
Okay. How can we foster...
Est-ce que je peux parler?
Merci. Thank you. How can we foster public-private collaborations to address the green finance gap in Africa, in your opinion?
Je vous remercie de me poser cette question, mais je crois en toute sincérité que pour pouvoir être opérationnel en Afrique, il faut, me semble-t-il, un état des lieux. Un état des lieux pour savoir un peu l'état, en quelque sorte, de la situation qui est disparate d'un pays à un autre. Mon sentiment, c'est que les nations développées, les nations qui ont un savoir-faire, mais qui ont aussi contribué pour une large part à la pollution de ces fameux 1400 milliards de tonnes, devraient, de mon point de vue, aller plus loin que le fonds vert des 100 milliards, qui n'est toujours pas opérationnel, mais supposons qu'il le soit. Cela déjà permettrait de régler un certain nombre de problèmes de fond qui sont pas simplement l'énergie, mais tout ce qui tourne autour de l'énergie, pour être en phase avec les objectifs du millénaire, les fameux ODD. Mais ceci étant dit, vous me posez la question de financement public-privé. C'est vrai, le privé devrait pouvoir intervenir, mais il me semble qu'il est plus important dans un premier temps que les pays développés puissent prendre leur part, toute leur part, dans la responsabilité de l'état actuel de l'Afrique. Et de mon point de vue, il ne faut pas appliquer les mêmes arguments, les mêmes mécanismes de financement à des pays qui sont au démarrage. C'est-à-dire qu'on ne peut pas avoir les mêmes exigences. Il faut peut-être penser à prendre des risques. Et en prenant des risques, nous sommes 1000 fois récompensés par le développement de l'Afrique qui va sortir un peu de l'ornière actuelle. Et pour terminer, il me semble qu'il est très important, et là je le dis en tant qu'enseignant, de miser sur la formation. La formation pourra sauver, me semble-t-il, le développement de l'Afrique et surtout une Afrique avec des jeunes formés aux technologies nouvelles, notamment dans le domaine des énergies renouvelables, pour sortir graduellement de cette addiction aux énergies fossiles, mais aussi toutes les techniques qui nous permettent de consommer moins en consommant mieux. Je veux faire appel à toutes les techniques innovantes, notamment l'intelligence artificielle, notamment toutes les techniques. Et je pense que les jeunes africains et les jeunes africaines, proprement dit, ont toutes les capacités de l'innovation. Elles sont pétillantes, les jeunes africaines. Elles sont pétillantes, les jeunes africains. L'essentiel, c'est de leur mettre le pied à l'étrier en pensant à une dimension généreuse où l'aspect financier n'est pas forcément le vecteur principal de la démarche. Je vous remercie.
Merci, professeur. Thank you, professor. I'm going to ask you, Marta, if you can please chime in on the same topic.
So first, to not to answer, but here's my opinion about the female and the women finance. Just to say that I think a lot of things are needed to do, and in terms of this finance and the way we look to this finance. Most 93% of women in Africa, they work in the informal market. So it's very difficult to have an idea of their and the other thing is that they are not the owners of the land, normally are the men. So we have another issue with the collaterals. So I think there's a lot to do, and I'm completely agree with you and your words. About DFIs and DFI paper, the DFI role in this crisis, we were asked to be counter-cycle. And this means a lot. This means DFIs and development banks should mobilize capital, huge amounts of capital, should take greater risks, should create visible and measured impact, and also at the same time be agents of this transition. And so how can DFIs play all these roles and have all this challenge? In fact, there's a framework created under the new European budgetary cycle from 2021-2027. There are three important pillars that I will mention because this is the framework that will allow DFIs to answer to all these challenge. The first one is the de-risking instruments. We need to have new instruments, and with the EFDS Plus from the European Union, we will have that, and also with the blending possibilities. We will have other actors taking risk and with other risk appetite. But I think we have to think about this question of risk and the equation risk capital, because it is really, really important. And it is more important even if we think about the fragile countries and the LDCs and to have impact on those countries and taking risk on those countries. It's in fact very, very difficult. And we have to be sure of that the local banks plus the DFIs are not enough. Our capital is not enough for this. So we must have what we call off-balance sheet instruments so that we can do more and to have more impact. Another point and another pillar from this plan, this European plan, is the technical assistance. And this is also very important because we heard on these more than 20 green talks about bankable projects. And so we need to help the projects to be bankable, what we call bankable. Finally, again, governments, we need to have and create the climate for investment. It is very important, and DFIs have here a role, that we need to be institutional reforms. We can be the bridge between the private sector and the governments to have institutional reform and policy recommendation, and that's very important also. Finally, I will say that when I start studying, we talk about creating value, and that was the most important thing for the shareholder. We just talk about shareholder and created value. When I started working, I was in a commercial bank, and we learned that it is not just create value, it was also capture the value that was very important in cross-border transaction. And now we are talking about an all new thing, a kind of a revolution. We are talking about what is value. And here, again, DFI have a huge role regarding this part of what is value, because value is impact. And it's not just for the shareholders, it's also for the stakeholders. So, we as a European DFI, we are trying to measure this impact. And we are trying to standardize indicators of this impact. So we are learning a lot, and we are doing a lot, and we're reporting this, because it is very important to report on this impact and this value that we are doing. Finally, just a word, the pandemic just teaches us that we are stronger together. And we have Team Europe, a European initiative where we are, all the European DFIs and the EIB and the EBRD, we are together to do more. So this collective action, it is very important. So just to mention that, up to you, Paula, and thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Marta. Now let's hear from you, Alexandra. Can you tell us about which types of business models and financial instruments seem most effective for driving green investment, and where innovation needs to be focused going forward?
Thank you very much for your question. Maybe it will be useful now to look at the definition of what is a green business model. And I personally like this one. Green business models are driven by services and solutions that provide environmental and climate benefits, generating value and resulting on the well-being of the society. So just to framework the discussion, I think it's important to have a common understanding about what is the definition of a green business model. And using these last remarks from Marta, I really believe that these challenging times are opening new opportunities, and that we all have a common responsibility to capture value out of this new normal coming from the pandemic and other big challenges that we have to live with. So, coming to your question, and also I think it's a common understanding that, first of all, this green transition and the developing of these new green models, business models, we have to do it with a sense of urgency. It's urgent to make it happen. And that urgency also applies to have agility. Institutions must be agile to cope with this sense of urgency. We need to be quick. We need to accelerate this transition. And for that, as you were mentioning, innovation is really instrumental. And as I told in my initial remarks, it's not only about technological innovation. It is how to have a new vision to integrate existing technologies in a way to generate value out of the green investments, okay? And, of course, partnerships. And let me just make a quick remark about Africa. I wish Portugal is very active in Africa. We have African partners. Some topics about what should be catalyzers for profitable, green and sustainable business models. First, I think that we have in Africa two waves at the same time. In Portugal, 25 years ago, we had to deal with a huge infrastructure gap. in the water services, very, very poor water indicators. And we managed to improve a lot in 25 years. In Africa, there is a similar situation where we were 25 years ago, but with a big difference. They have two waves simultaneously. The need to reduce the infrastructure gap, but also taking advantage of the digital revolution that we didn't have 25 years ago. So I think this is a big advantage to go quick and to go in the right way. And also, it was mentioned here, institutions and human capital. I think that in Africa, it's needed more good governance, more strong institutions and regulations to cope with the risk management, to increase the attractiveness of the financing institutions. More new financing instruments is very important. It was already mentioned here. It's really also important to reduce the administrative burden. If we need to go quick, administrative and bureaucratic burden should be minimized, really reduced. And more pilot projects. I think pilot projects are very, very important. Also, work in human capital with more exchange programs, as it was mentioned. Sharing and having flows and networks of communities, of entrepreneurs between Europe and Africa, I think it's really, really very important. Sharing is really powerful to inspire this change, this green change. And last idea, and Marta also mentioned, action is very important. So I leave here a message that it is really important to go for action-oriented programs to foster this public and private collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexandra. Before ending this panel, I would like to ask one more question to all of you. If you could highlight just one idea as the most important takeaway for our audience today, what would that be? Professor Chitu, can you start, please? We are not listening yet.
Oui.
Thank you.
Je n'ai pas bien compris votre question.
I was asking if you could highlight just one thing from all this discussion. What would that be?
Sans réfléchir beaucoup, je pense que ce type de rencontre ne fera que rapprocher les points de vue. Nous sommes un continent en attente. Nous avons beaucoup de potentialités, mais il nous manque ce qu'on appelle en physique le V0, la vitesse initiale. Et cette vitesse initiale ne peut être, de mon point de vue, elle ne peut être, j'allais dire, opérationnelle que si on allie plusieurs dimensions. D'abord, de mon point de vue, encore une fois, ça n'engage que moi, la dimension humaniste. L'Afrique est un immense continent qui a souffert. Et de ce fait, me semble-t-il, il ne faut pas lui appliquer des thérapies de pays en régime établi. C'est un pays continent qui démarre. Et tout ce qui pourra être fait ne pourra que diminuer en quelque sorte l'état de détresse actuel. Parce que le gros problème de l'Afrique, ce n'est pas simplement l'énergie. L'énergie est un vecteur. Quand on parle de transition, en Afrique, quand on parle de transition, il faut d'abord avoir cette énergie. Tout à l'heure, un des intervenants a dit 380 millions de personnes n'ont pas accès à l'électricité. C'est un fait. Ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire que c'est un continent exubérant. Il a les potentialités pour pouvoir avancer. Mais encore une fois, je suis de ceux qui croient que les thérapies classiques ne fonctionneront pas d'une façon optimale. Il faut allier plusieurs thérapies. D'abord, j'avais dit qu'il faut faire l'état des lieux. Est-ce que vous pensez que c'est normal que pour pouvoir éradiquer la faim en Afrique, qui est très importante, il faille 50 milliards, mais que dans le même ordre, dans le même temps, on dépense près de 1800 milliards de dollars pour les armes. Il y a donc une certaine générosité qui ne peut être dévolue, qui ne peut être donnée, qui ne peut être acceptée, qui ne peut être en quelque sorte faite que par ceux qui ont la responsabilité d'amener l'humanité tout entière, pas simplement en essayant de saupoudrer avec toutes les excuses que je peux donner, parce que ce que nous ferions si on ne comprend pas les fondamentaux qui font en quelque sorte que l'Afrique n'arrive pas à décoller malgré ses immenses potentialités, son exubérante jeunesse, ses compétences intrinsèques, c'est de dire, voilà un pays continent qui est l'avenir du monde. On dit souvent que c'est l'avenir du monde, pas simplement en termes de ressources minières, mais c'est l'avenir quand même. Il a droit, me semble-t-il, à un SMIC de dignité. Et de mon point de vue, les ODD, les 17 ODD, c'est ça, me semble-t-il, qu'il faille appliquer d'une façon généreuse. Et là, de dire, bon, on va essayer de mobiliser les financements privés, c'est une chose à faire, ok. Mais comme je disais tout à l'heure, il y a des risques à prendre. Il s'agit non pas d'une façon pécuniaire, proprement dit, parce qu'on peut être, de mon point de vue en tout cas, si on se sent une dette vis-à-vis de l'Afrique, j'avais dit tout à l'heure que l'Afrique pollue pour 1%. 1% pour 1 milliard de personnes. Les pays industrialisés, 800 millions de personnes, c'est 50% de 1400 milliards de tonnes de CO2. Il y a quelque part, me semble-t-il, une justice à mettre en œuvre. Et j'avais dit que le fonds vert n'est peut-être pas suffisant et qu'il faille aller plus loin. Et tous ensemble, me semble-t-il, nous pourrions dire que nous serions en phase avec la planète Terre qui n'en finit pas de souffrir. Et de mon point de vue, le développement durable ne devrait laisser personne sur le bord de la route. Je vous remercie.
Out of time, so I'm going to ask for each of you to be very brief. I will start with you, Mr. Van. Please, your final remarks.
So my final remark is that that we as EDFI, we could play a greater role in Africa on the green investment if the conditions are right. So that's a policy issue, that we solve the issue of project development. And this is then my final statement, working together. This would be my takeaway. Policymakers, public development banks, DFIs, private sector and NGOs from Europe and Africa join forces for a green Africa.
Viri, it's up to you now. Thank you.
My closing statement would just be that Africa is definitely committed to a green transition and a green development growth plan, because that addresses energy scarcity, energy equity, as well as energy sustainability. But I think that there is a perceived risk in Africa. And I think that, yes, policy reforms definitely have to be in place. But while that happens, the continent still needs to carry on with the green transition. And so I think it's really looking at developing Africa-specific financial models that would be able to work, maybe by looking at investing in African entrepreneurs and SMEs that make up 90% of the businesses in Africa. So what I would just say is that with the largest demographic in Africa being women and youth, I don't believe that one can state that they are committed to investing in Africa if they're not intentionally and measurably investing in African women and in African youth-led businesses.
Thank you, Viri. Now, Alexandra, can you share a final idea?
Okay, thank you. Well, I think that it is very clear that we have to have a common commitment that we need to go faster in this green transition. And I think there is a lot of things to win, to benefit from having sound networks of organizations, NGOs, entrepreneurs between Europe and Africa. And how? by doing pilot projects, pilot business models that could be disseminated and could be replicated in other contexts. So this is my contribution.
Thank you, Alexandra. Marta, please.
Thank you. First, Africa is the present and the future. Green investment must be the way. We need collective action, just these two words, collective actions. And of course, DFIs have a very important role. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists for the valuable contributions. I believe that this panel discussion brought to our attention important reflections and ideas that will help us move forward. Now, I return the floor to you, Paulo.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you all. This morning's session has come to an end. In around 1 hour, we will be back. In the meantime, let's not forget the words and the example that Ursula von der Leyen has given us earlier this morning. Renewable energy is by now cheaper than most other energy sources and creates more jobs. Think of Africa, the sun, the wind, the geothermal energy. See you soon. Welcome again to the high-level European Union Africa Green Investment Forum. We are getting into the last session, the impact of digitalization in Africa and how it can help to reduce inequalities by promoting long-term sustainable economic growth and development. João Rosário is the moderator of this panel. João, it's up to you now.
Thank you, Paulo. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is João Rosário. I'm a journalist from the Portuguese public station RTP. I'm happy to be the moderator of this panel, New Platforms for Impact, How Digitalization Can Foster a Green Economy in Africa. I thank the speakers and the audience. I'd like to present our speakers for this session, Mr. Carlos Moedas. He's a member of the board of trustees and the Friends of Europe. Mr. Moedas is also co-chair of the Africa-Europe Foundation High-Level Group. Mrs. Chrysola Zakharopoulou, she's a member of the European Parliament. Mrs. Elizabeth Medu Badang, Senior Vice President, Africa and Indian Ocean and spokesperson, Orange Middle East and Africa. Mrs. Inês Leonarduzzi, CEO of Digital for the Planet. Mrs. Fatoumata Ba, founder and CEO of Django, Senegal. Mrs. Claude Borna, Managing Director and Chief Innovation Officer at SEMCity Development Agency in Benin. Ms. Adjani Costa, biologist, advisor to the President of the Republic of Angola and former Minister of Culture, Tourism and Environment. Mr. Daniel Getachew from Gebeya Academy in Ethiopia. And our first speaker is Mr. Carlos Moedas. He's going to make an introduction note. Please, Mr. Moedas, you have the floor.
Hello, good afternoon. Really a great pleasure to be here with you. Very happy to be in this EU Africa Green Investment Forum. I'm representing Friends of Europe, where I am the co-chair of the high-level group of the Africa-Europe Foundation. It is an initiative between Friends of Europe and the Mo Ibrahim Foundation. And what I wanted to do is to set the note, to set the scene for today. We have seen during the pandemic a great acceleration, an acceleration in our lives for the good and for the bad. But we have seen two great accelerations, one in the digital sector and another in the green area. The acceleration in the digital is obvious. I mean, Christine Lagarde the other day spoke about a leapfrogging of 7 years in terms of digital. And in the green, I think that it was a unique moment in our lives. in 70% of the people in the 16 biggest countries, today recognize that there's one priority, and that priority is the fight against climate change. But this acceleration, as all accelerations in being an engineer, you need to accelerate not just with the speed, but also with the direction. We have to find a way together, EU and Africa, to find a direction. And the direction is that the digital has to reinforce the green, the digital should protect our democracies, and the digital has to be something that really gets us to be better people, not to substitute people, but to augment people to be better at what we do. And my experience of 5 years at the European Commission was about that, to find amazing people around the world. And I tell you a story, probably one of the most impressive people I've met was a young guy from Uganda called Joshua Okello. And Joshua was a medical student, and he decided to leave the medical school because he wanted to help women in the rural areas. And in Uganda, in a lot of the rural areas, the way that you can see in the pregnancy of a woman if the baby is okay is through a very old device called the peanut horn. Imagine a hollow horn, a cone where you just listen to the baby. It takes years for the midwives to get good at it, to train their ear. And he thought, where can I do something else? I'm going to connect a smartphone to the peanut horn. And so instead of having the midwives training for years to listen, if I do that, I can put that peanut horn linked to the smart device and sending the sound to the central hospitals, to the doctors to listen to the baby. And he saved millions, I think, of lives around the world by creating these types of innovation. And a lot of women today in the rural areas can use this new device. And so what I'm talking about today is how can we do this leapfrogging? And Africa was amazing. You leapfrogged us completely in the telecom sector. So what we have to do is to leapfrog also together on the green sector. My experience was to learn from Africa, learn from your researchers, learn from your young people, and that's what we have to do it together, learn from each other, have a peer-to-peer relationship, and that's what we're going to discuss this afternoon here all together. So thank you very much for the opportunity for the introductory remarks. Thank you, João.
Thank you, Mr. Carlos Moedas. It's now time to listen to our speakers. Each one will have 3 minutes to present their thoughts. I ask you all to respect the time, and I ask you all to go directly to your point. Mrs. Chrysola Zakharopoulou, you have the floor now.
Thank you, João. Dear friends, first of all, I would like to thank the EIB and the Portuguese presidency, and in particular my friend Francisco Andrés, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation, for inviting me to participate in this important discussion today. I'm a member of the European Parliament since 2019, and I was elected in France with President Emmanuel Macron list, and I have the honor to be the European Parliament's rapporteur for the new EU-Africa strategy. So after almost 15 months of work, my report was voted last month. And this report should provide food for thought for the redefinition of our partnership with Africa. It looks at all the facets of this partnership, including environmental protection and digital technology as a development tool. Before writing my report, I thought that it was very important to hear the voice of our African friends. So more than 200 consultations were realized in 8 different countries, and I wanted to know their expectation and their vision. This is our partnership and not only the partnership of the European. So one of the main messages that they gave me was that the COVID crisis must push us to make a sustainable recovery. We often hear that crises must be turned into opportunities, an opportunity to do better and an opportunity to rebuild differently. But to do this, The COVID crisis must push us to accelerate the great transition underway, the digital and the green transition. For both transitions, Africa is ready. More than transition, revolution are being played out on the African continent. So the digital transition is essential to human development. It can be a critical vector of inclusion, provided that new inequalities are not allowed to emerge. This will require assuring that everyone has the right to have access to the internet and to receive adequate training to master digital tools. But beyond the human development, the digitalization of our societies also has the potential to support, to accelerate and expand the green transition tenfold. This is the core of our discussion, and I'm very happy to listen to all of you.
Now let's hear Mrs. Elizabeth Medu Badang. You have some problems now listening to Mrs. Medu Badang.
Okay, that's fine.
Your thoughts, please.
Okay, thank you for having me in this very interesting panel discussion. In Africa, the infrastructure deficit, the few or if any existing industrial model paradoxically presents a great opportunity for digital to invent new business models and solutions to foster the continent development. Lessons learned from COVID crisis demonstrate how critical digitalization of the society is to ensure continuity in main activities. And telecommunication is proven to be at the heart of that. It's critical than ever. Technology adoption, when you look back, in the past years appears to be faster in Africa than in more developed countries. As an example, the transition from 3G to 4G took only 3 years in the continent compared to 10 years in Europe. And I'm sure the gap will even reduce with new technologies. The percentage of internet users has doubled in the last 5 years, but still about half of the unconnected population still live in the continent. At Orange, and particularly in Middle East and Africa, we have a long-lasting commitment to make the digital world available to all, as it was mentioned. It should be inclusive if we want all the social and economic benefit that we are expecting. This is our central objective, and to that end, we have 3 main drivers that we are focusing on. One is around connectivity, the other one is around device, and the last one around services. We consider that those 3 priorities address the main barriers to digital inclusion today, namely infrastructure, affordability, customer readiness, or content and devices. So that's the reason where we focus our energy today on those areas. In terms of connectivity, we invest about $1 billion to increase coverage, to expand backbone capacity, to increase internet speed to 131 million customers. In terms of services, we focus on mobile finance services. Maybe we can I will come to it later on with more details. We also focus on education because we really consider that it's paramount to unleash the potential of employment and development, considering the youthness of the population, and other essential services such as energy and health. Clearly, we consider that the opportunities are manifold. We truly believe that the digital can enable Africa to grow faster, train its youth, empower its business owner, and bypass all the existing hurdles. Thank you.
Let's hear now for Madame Ines Leonarduzzi. The floor is yours. We can't hear you. Again, problems to listen to.
Is it better now?
Yeah, now it's perfect.
Thank you very much for. I am very pleased and honored to be among you and to be able to participate and give some keys to understand how to build together a better world and a better cohesion between nations and between continents. So I am Ines Leonarduzzi and I live in Paris, and I built an organization named Digital for the Planet, which aim to develop a sustainable digital, because we are not unaware that digital technologies are amazing and enable us to make great progress, but at the same time, they are also very polluting. And we have to find answers to this kind of problems. So this is basically our job. So to make digital more sustainable, but also once we did it, it's to direct digital technology toward a common good, inclusion, education, and just actually respond to what technology is about. Technology, since the beginning of humanity, is about improving people comfort of life and a better life. Once we said that, I had the opportunity to travel a lot in Africa in terms about my works and the book I just wrote. I went in the Democratic Republic of Congo. I went to Ghana, also in South Africa. And what I could find is also the damages of digital, basically in Congo, for the extraction of the rare earth metal, but also in Ghana, where you have basically all the e-waste of the Europe. And it's quite tragic, because you have consequences on the environment and also on people. So I completely agree that digital can allow Africa to go faster. But what I seen in Africa also is the way that young people and young entrepreneurs can find more resilience and wiser way to use digital. And as it has been introduced at the beginning of the conference, you have millions of use cases of innovation directed to the population, to women, to education. And this is something I think we missed in Europe, something we didn't see. So the point of vigilance, I'm sure we can learn a lot from Africa and the development this continent will have in terms of technology, because we have the opportunity to think all the value chain from the manufacturing of the electronic apparels to the recycling of the e-waste, and thinking whether the value chain and the way we can use it, not at the detriment of the people, but actually on the contrary for the people. Once I said that, I've said nothing, because we talk about Africa, but let's remember that Africa is above all 54 countries, different countries with different cultures and stakes, different way of thinking, and this diversity have to express itself and to show how we can definitely be more inclusive, but on a very different way, because these differences has to be taken into account. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now let's listen to Madame Fatouba Ba.
Thank you, everyone. It's a great pleasure to participate to this high-level conversation. As
impact entrepreneur and also impact investor specialized in technology and tech-enabled platforms, I can only testify firsthand about how technology is an extremely powerful way to leapfrog development, as my other fellow panelists already said. And there are three areas where it's extremely important. First is helping, accelerating and massifying the access to essential services for as many Africans as possible. This includes, of course, agriculture, energy, but also education and health. I'm sure you all know about startups, for instance, in Kenya and West Africa that are helping to power thousands of households of people that do not have access to power otherwise. The second big important dimension is how it helps SMEs thrive. And as you know, we have in any African country, SMEs representing between 20 and 40% of the GDP, but most importantly, more than 90% of the job created. And helping them trade better, helping them have a better access to working capital, helping them have a better access to logistics will be key to help also increase their contribution to our development. And the third dimension that we look into with lots of interest and passion is how tech platforms can help create jobs at scale, in particular for women and young people. As you know, we create at the moment 3 million net jobs per year, when our continent needs at least 20 to 30 million net jobs to be able to absorb our demographic growth. So it's really a priority. And when we look at the pandemic context, it has really shown how we can, through technology, but also through a private-public partnership, find innovative solutions. And one example I wanted to share with you today is how, amidst the pandemic, the African Union, my own organization, and also some brilliant entrepreneurs joined forces to build what is called the African Medical Supplies Platform that has been online now for only 9 months, but have already managed to source, ship, negotiate prices, and deliver more than 30 million medical supplies, so PPE, test kits, and other medical documents to fight COVID, all in a matter of months. And this is really some interesting testimony of how digital can help find innovative, fast, capital efficient, and sustainable solutions to tackle really any burden we can face. And I think as it stands, more than 31 million items have been delivered in all 55 African countries, because we have also one more member state, which is Occidental Sahara. And I think that even Caribbean countries now can have access to that through the MSP with Jamaica, having been able to procure some test kits. So it's just one example out of so many others. And I'm sure that in the panel, we'll be able to see what are also the challenges and how can the EU and all the other ecosystem players, private or public, help us really build better innovation and better serve our African people. Thank you.
Thank you, Madame Fatoumata Bal. Let's hear now Madame Claude Borna from Togo.
Good afternoon. Benin. It's actually from Benin. We're neighbors, but okay. So good afternoon. I'm delighted to be in this panel today and to take part of this forum. So let me give you a little bit of a background on who I am and what we do. I'm the managing director of Seme City, which is a government flagship project in Benin. And our aim is really to be the catalyst for a knowledge-based economy, which is at the service of sustainable and inclusive development. So we work on 3 areas. We train young people for jobs of the future. We help facilitate experimentation of innovative solutions. And in doing this, we promote high growth entrepreneurship. So the city itself is being built in a 200 hectares location and includes the campus, research centers, incubators, and as well as commercial facilities and residential facilities. We have started 5 years ago, and we're now in a smart campus, and we put a strong focus on making sure that the resident of the campus, so the students, the researchers, the entrepreneurs, provide solutions that will help build the city. And this approach for us is really key because it's about using local knowledge, local talent to be the catalyst for developing a smart city, a resilient city, prototyping solutions that meet different challenges from energy efficiency to access to clean water to waste management. So we are currently working with SMEs to prototype different solutions in these areas. And for us, it's very important because we're a public funded project, but we're bridging with academia, we're bridging with the private sector, and we're making sure that innovative entrepreneurship is not just an afterthought, but it's really a key component in the design of a city and addressing issues that urbanization can present when creating this type of project. So what I wanted to say is that we started 5 years ago, and I remember when we were presenting the project to investors or potential partners, they thought, oh, this is ambitious, this is a bit crazy. It felt a bit lonely at the time. And this morning when I listened to the address of the Secretary General of the UN, and he talked about investing in new projects, improving the capacity of young people and women to drive this project, create job creation through green technology. It really felt great that while we know that there are many challenges ahead, it doesn't feel as lonely as it was 5 years ago. And I believe that a key to us succeeding in Africa to drive that green investment, green economy, is doing it together, is sharing best practice, and in collaborating. So I'm very delighted to take part of this panel because this is what it's all about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Time to hear now Ms. Jani Costa. She's with us here.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to this incredible panel. I think through the contributions of every speaker, we have heard on how it is so important to have this digitalization perspective of Africa. But I still am going to add the fact that when we think of technology and when we think of the impact of technology and improved transition to a greener economy, we always go to industrial processes. We always think on production, on transformation, and distribution. We always think on how can we improve technology to decrease the human footprint and increase production. And we distance ourselves from a very important component, which is a social component, people, and the impact of people in the economy and in the environment. When you think of production, transformation, and distribution, the consumer is on the second hand of it. So it's a very backstage type of activities. The consumer very rarely has a role in it. It very rarely understands the whole process. It very rarely understands the upgrades that technology goes through, and thus can't really connect on how to leverage from that technology for improved livelihood. And I think that's where digitalization really comes in. It's bringing in that social component for an improved economy on the greener prospects of it. In Africa, obviously, as it has been said several times, we've had an impressive progress of our digital technologies over the past decade. Some countries have a much more robust portfolio on technologies, and you can see they are much faster in doing the transition to a greener economy. Others are a little bit slower, but it's on the slow and steady type of mindset. In Angola, for example, over the past 5 years, we've had an incredible boom in digital startups that have changed the way that we have access to healthcare, that we have access to food, that we have access to transportation and all other basic services that are so important for the socioeconomic of the country and thus of the continent as well. But there's one aspect that we usually forget, and I think some of the speakers very well put, is that most of Africa is rural. And so sometimes it brings up the question, is it a priority? Is digitalization a priority for communities that lack some of the basic services in goods in their livelihoods? And I think it's important to see it on the other way. Actually, digital technology can bring them these health benefits and this basic service. I think the example with Uganda just expresses that very well. But apart from that, we can also use it as an economic viability to their sustainable sustenance activities. So we can actually try to use and think about using digitalization to use their self-sustenance activities as a way to improve their economic potential and thus make them become as well consumers and have access to these goods. So I think just one of the things to add to all of this incredible conversation is the fact that we have to look at digitalization in a much broader aspect rather than just looking specifically at telecommunication, period. And also because when you say telecommunication, a lot of people just think social media and communication. We have to think beyond that and engage in all different components and strata of society to make sure that it is inclusive and we're using it not just for the basic service, but also for improved livelihoods of wherever you are, city hub, rural community, Angola, South Africa, wherever you are in Africa.
Thank you, Ms. Jenny Costa. Now it's time to listen Daniel, Mr. Daniel Getachew. I hope I said it well. I said your name well. Yeah. Mr. Daniel, please.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me to be part of this amazing event. I think most of the issues were discussed by the speakers, but I'm trying to share my insights, especially on the education aspect, how we can build the youth to become a professionally skilled entrepreneurs. And maybe I will try to share my experience on the journey. So when I come to the professional skill build, most graduates, when I was a graduate back in 5-6 years ago, my professional skill in this digital world was not that much enough, and it was really hard sometimes to fit like other developed countries as a skillful professional before I go around to the investors or starting our own startup company. So that was very challenging. What I believe to foster this kind of the economy is to highly inspire the youth, especially in giving a professional skill. That is what I experienced past 4 years ago. I came from Gabea, so what we do here is I used to be a trainee, then I became a trainer. So by the time when I was a trainee, it was really an eye-opener for us to see how we should get a professional skill, and became or join our dreams, our future dream, and also specialize how we can fit in terms of the technology. There are a lot of technology summits, conference all over Africa, as far as I see, or with my experience. There is about AI, blockchain, IoT, all those technologies. But apart from the events, do we have the right talents on each fields? Do we have the right engineers that does AI, IoT, and all those latest emerging technologies like VR, for example? So maybe focusing on the education, on also on the youth will impact at highest rate. That's my insight on this one. And on the other thing, on the technology adoption and all those job creation, probably having the right infrastructure in Africa will give us more technology adoption, because if you don't have the right infrastructure in the first place, that will be really challenging to implement all those listed things for African countries. So thankfully, the cooperation between EU and Africa is really working, because a lot of startup investments are also seen, and that will help young talents like me, especially to specialize on this digitalization and maybe making Africa a great place. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all for your insights. Now we'll start with the debate with some questions, and the first one goes to Mrs. Chrysola Zakharopoulou. What role can the digital economy play in promoting long-term and sustainable economic growth and development across the African continent? And what role can the EU-Africa partnership play?
Thank you. And thank all this beautiful panel. And as you can see, we have a lot of women, no? It is a female, no? I'm very happy to see technology and the woman. This is the future. So during my travel and my consultation in Africa, I was very surprised to see the youth. A youth that is very talented and a youth that understood that there is a urgency to act, because in Africa we are, you know better than me, you're suffering very badly from the consequences of climate change. Increasing the resilience of the African continent to climate change has a direct impact on living standards, and is often a question of survival. So it is certain, it is for sure that if Africa has the necessary means, will have the capacity to take the lead. I'm sure for that. And I will say some examples that are about the main example of digital tools that are putting the African continent on the path to green transition. Whether it is to help farmers to make their practices more sustainable, to better manage natural resources, to get information relating to the weather, to the market, but also to support the design of more sustainable cities and to meet the challenges of demography and urbanization in Africa, to avoid the urban models that we have in other continents. Another example is to provide greater access to renewable energy in remote or in rural areas. Africa is providing more and more every day that is a continent of innovation where ideas are born and projects take shape. We, the European, must work hand in hand with you, with Africa. With the Green Deal, Europe has taken a historic step. It has fully committed itself to the path that will lead it to a climate neutrality. In my report, that we vote, we propose to a EU-Africa Green Pact. Dear friends, I'd like to conclude my remarks with two elements that will be decisive in the implementation of our partnership. The first of all, if we want to achieve this ambition, there is a need for financing. And it's urgent to promote innovative instruments and to direct public and private capital towards green investment in Africa. We have an interest in doing so, but we Europeans, I think we also have a responsibility. So we have to support Africa in acquiring the tools to respond to the consequences of climate change, a problem that Africa did not cause. Secondly, the need to invest in human capital, as many of you said, but also to strengthen the human links between us. Our partnership with Africa must bring people together, especially young people. They are asking for it. African youth want to link up with the European youth and to share their experience, their skill, and build common projects. So let's do it. These exchanges will be decisive for the future of our continents. So I'm confident that we're going to work together because we have the ambition. We have also the ambition, and we have also, after the post-COVID crisis, we understood that our partnership can make us stronger together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Zakharopoulou, member of the European Parliament. And now for Mrs. Elizabeth Medu-Badang, The evolution towards the digital African economy is unique in resulting from rapid developments in a number of separate but interdependent technologies. But the base infrastructure remains telecom networks. And infrastructure is still a challenge for most African countries. Is it possible that one day there will be no more way to the market to grow simply because the infrastructure is overloaded, obsolete, or just isn't there? Again, we can't hear you.
Okay, that's fine now. Sorry for that. Yes, yeah, this is a very interesting perspective. Can you hear me now?
Perfectly.
Okay, it's a very interesting perspective indeed. Infrastructure is key. It's the base on which you will build everything. There have been strong improvement in the last years, I should say. Today, when you look at the digital divide, let's say 60 to 70% of the barrier are not linked to connectivity. So you still have millions of people today who live in areas that are connected, and yet they are not on using the benefit of the internet. So yes, we need to continue to improve the connectivity. We need to continue to improve the speed. Today you have 4G, tomorrow probably 5G. So this is something that we will continue to do everywhere where we can. But the more you go in rural area, and someone mentioned earlier on that we still have half of the population in Africa who lives in rural area. But the more you go to rural area, the more difficult the business case becomes. So there is a need, more importantly, for partnerships between operators, between operators and government, and even investment or development organizations. So this is on the infrastructure side. But above infrastructure, as I mentioned, is just the foundation. Then we need to make sure that people have the knowledge to unleash the potential of this digital economy. So, and training the youth population in Africa is key for us. And in that perspective, we have embarked in an initiative that I would like to share with you. It's what we call the digital centers. We think that this is really powerful in order to enhance digital skills among youth, to foster innovation, to create a kind of innovation ecosystem, to provide the relevant services that people will use and create value out of it. So in those digital centers, today we have, the first one was launched in Tunisia, but we are rolling them out in different countries like Ethiopia, like Cameroon, and our ambition is to roll it out in the 18 countries where we operate. And I know that the model will be also rolled out elsewhere in the world. So for us, these digital centers are really a driver to improve employability of youth and to foster employment. So for us, it's something really key. The other aspect that I may mention is around energy, because we are talking about green energy. We leverage on our network and our mobile payment solution, Orange Money, in order to supply distribution or payment solution for energy access in urban areas or rural areas with solar home system that we are providing. And ourselves, as a company, we are committing to be carbon neutral by 2040. So we really have an approach which we want to be as sustainable as possible. as inclusive as possible and trying to address the essential needs of the population in order to make their lives easier and the company the society more developed. To bring value to all the stakeholders in the society.
Now, Mrs. Leonarduzzi, in your work you have been addressing the issue of digital pollution. And in your book you talk about educating consumers. In the African context, what public policies or legislations could help achieve this goal? We can hear you now. It's not possible to hear you now, to listen to you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think now it's better. Yes, currently with our organization, we are building a large educational program for youth in France first, because we have to educate our people to use use digital in a better way, because when they use it wrongly, they not only affect the environment, but also other countries in Africa, in Asia, in America Latina, for example. So we have to teach them this for them to be aware. Otherwise, how do you want people to protect the environment if they do not understand how it works? And I think this is the base. So we are developing this large educational program for 10,000 young people in France, including the 18 years old from 18 years old, to 24 years old, because they will be the next active population, and I hope so, the next leaders of tomorrow. So if they can build tomorrow, because they have the rain, and they can build a better society, a better cohesion between countries, because they have the awareness, the skills, the knowledge, but also the tools to do better. It's a great thing. So, and this is the goal: 10,000 people trained in digital ecology by 2023, and 75,000 young trained in Europe by 2026. We definitely want to work with Africa on this program, because we think there will never be better time to share this knowledge and competencies. And something has been said just earlier, and I totally agree with this. We want, us as European, more contact with African youth. We want to know them, and we have to say it because it's dramatic, but we don't know them. We don't have access to them. We don't know how to initiate debate, reflection, common reflection. We don't know how to build bridges on a cultural way, on an economic way, but also on a philosophical way, because all this is necessary to build a real cohesion. If we let only the dialogue only for politics and public officers, we miss something. We miss the voice of democracy. So yes, we try to do something on education, and I think the road is long.
Thank you. Mrs. Fatmata Ba, innovation is increasingly based on innovative value proposition as opposed to technology only. Why this evolution is particularly relevant in an African context, and is it because the service gap has always been also important?
Yeah, absolutely. I could not agree more with Mrs. Costa and also Mrs. Bajang that the technology potential in Africa goes way beyond technology sectors, right? So it's not only about telecommunications, but it's about looking at all areas where fundamental services are missing, and see if and how technology can be a way to enable access to those services and massifies access to these services. And we have seen countless examples across all value chains, from enabling power, as I shared earlier with Mkopa, from training developers with Gebeya, from actually having K-12 education provided through apps in Nigeria with ULESAN that was extremely effective during the lockdown, for instance, to logistics. For instance, one of my portfolio companies called Jexport help any SME in Africa export. And when we know that logistics can be up to 75% of the cost of a good in Africa, as opposed to 7% only in the US, you know that this is something that can drive competitiveness and can drive an impact that goes beyond tech, which is just a mean. And basically, this is extremely important also to have in mind, because it's important that people who channel funding do not only fund, technology, let's say, specific sectors, but fund solutions that can enable any kind of sectors to be able to leverage technology to thrive, especially with an impact on offline SMEs, especially with an impact on rural areas, especially in an impact with the underserved population, because they are the one who needs access the most. And I've seen so many great examples, for instance, in Nigeria, where we had an initiative when I was leading the largest e-commerce player in the country that helped actually housewives through a tablet sell to their own family, church, friends, and make some money out of it, so have a really decent job. And there were two outcomes that were quite fascinating. One is we managed to increase the number of people enrolled in the program from 120 to 45,000 people in a matter of two years. And the most exciting thing is when you ask these women what they learned, they don't tell you, oh, I learned to digitize what I do, or I learned tech skills. They tell you, I earned a status in my household because now I'm making twice the median salary than the average Nigerian. And this is what we want to see happening more and more. And I think that also it's important to have in mind that sometimes you don't necessarily will see, the impact focus in an entrepreneur per se, but it's always there directly or indirectly in two ways. One is you would see it because he will create jobs in growing his startup or helping more SMEs thrive. And you'd also see it because it is really solving some market failures. And for instance, my fund really specifically look at double bottom line startups that are not only profitable or growing fast, but that actually have an impact on one of the 17 SDGs. So any investment is mapped against one of the 17 SDGs, number one. And we go beyond, we even score the potential to create specifically jobs in three areas. One is jobs for women, two is jobs for young people, and three is actually green jobs.
Thank you. Mrs. Claude Borne, your field of work, of action is education. What are the sectors where you see startups emerging? Do you feel entrepreneurs are conscious of sustainable development implications, and how can you steer them towards sustainable development objectives? It's a long question, I know.
Okay, maybe I will take some examples of what we're seeing. Again, as I said, in our ecosystem, we have students, we have a coding school, we have a digital design school, we also have research centers, and we have entrepreneurs. So if I take one example, for example, the students recently launched a challenge for solutions that could help improve the environment and in which they are, but also on a greater scale. The team that won the challenge had an application to raise awareness on waste sorting on the campus, and then they put a reward mechanism for eco-friendly use of your waste and valorization of your waste. So the coding school is currently working on smart devices to put on the garbage cans, so you can track how fast they're filling up and what type of waste are in the garbage, etc. So that's one initiative that the students have taken on themselves. We weren't even involved. On the other hand, you have in the research center, we have some researchers who are working with startups in the valorization of plastic waste to build bricks for construction materials. And they're currently prototyping that. They're also working on using plastic waste to use for our 3D printers as raw material for the 3D printers. So I'm just giving you all these examples because you can see that different actors who are in these innovative ecosystems are looking at a solution that's waste management from various angles. And that's brilliant. It's not something that we're imposing on them. It's people looking at around them and seeing the issues that is caused by waste, especially in urban areas where you can see it. I mean, every day you're waking up and you're seeing more and more waste, more and more plastic bags. And the laws are passed, but people do not have solutions to address it. So entrepreneurs, students, researchers are coming at it with their solutions. And to me, this reminds me of maybe what is in the book, the prosperity paradox, that you drive change when you start looking at a problem. And too often in Africa, we're saying, oh, you know, we're too poor, we don't have enough infrastructure, we're too uneducated, we won't be able to drive that change. And actually, it's looking at those problems that will help develop solutions that are going to scale and that are going to be relevant. It's not copying what's being done in the West that is going to get us there. And so when you're asking me about the sectors that our entrepreneurs or our researchers are focusing on, my answer would be, we're not looking at it from a sector perspective, but more from a problem perspective. Where are the biggest problems that we have? And what are the solutions that are being developed that can address these problems, can be prototyped, and then can scale? And I really see this as a catalyst for making changes that are relevant and that are localized and that are really, I would say, based on innovation made in Africa and not trying to replicate something that is coming from elsewhere and may look sexy, but really has no relevance to our environment.
Thank you. Ms. Gianni Costa, it's your turn now. You're a biologist, and your work as a scientist has taken you to remote locations and communities in Angola. Do you think there's an absolute need for some of those communities to be a part of the digital era? And does having a cell phone and a connection to the internet will help these communities develop themselves, or does it carry the risk of losing some of their identities?
That is a very complex question. It sounds like a very simple question, but it's a very complex question, because when you say unique traits and unique characteristics, who is defining that? Do we define what they have the right to use or not that we use? Because we have cell phones and we have connection, but then again, we are saying that they are living in the best way and it should be like this when we are doing the exact opposite. So it's much more complex than defining whether it will change or not. So communication has become, I think, in this modern era of ours, a basic service. It has become a basic good. We have the privilege to be able to communicate across the globe, and that has helped us to improve business, to improve technology, to improve cooperation nationally and internationally. And so I think they have that right too. And it's not up to decide whether they have that right or not, because we are not the deciders of their lives. So as you mentioned, I've worked in some of the remotest areas of Angola. In one particular village, they hadn't had a visitor for 40 years because all of the bridges to connect to those villages were broken. Yet every month, someone from the village would come out, so they would go out in a motorbike walking. Sometimes they would walk a week, 2 weeks, to get to a city hub, to be able to communicate with the rest of the family, to be able to access goods and services they do not have in the area. So they still are mobile for communication. So it's just a simple matter of having it reach easily and thus improve their livelihoods as well. Because when you're walking a week or 2 weeks in a forest with all of the dangers that implies, you are decreasing the level, the condition of livelihood that they have. So I think if you look on that perspective, which is a very social perspective, yes, I do think they also have the right to benefit from that technology. But as I've mentioned before, there's also the prospect of the economic side of things. Technology has also become, fortunately or unfortunately, we can be philosophers on this, but it has also become a major catalyzer and hinderer of development and marketing. or market, not marketing, and markets. So why not use technology so they can easily reach the markets and the markets can easily reach them, so they improve their economic availability and viability and thus have an improved livelihood as well. And again, that goes beyond looking, oh, the ecology and the environment is so perfect, we should live it like this and have these people live the way they are living now. Because it's not just the environment, it's the people. It's not just the environment and the social, it's the economic. It's a triangle, and we can't really separate. I think we've separated enough, and it has led where it has led. So it's a little bit more complex than that.
Thank you. Mr. Daniel Getachew, you represent on this panel the future of African economy and more precisely of added value service made in Africa. What aspires you to take a role in this revolution, and what can people do to encourage youth to follow a similar path?
Thank you. So regarding the first question, what inspires me during this revolution is I feel like now technology or digitalization is becoming a necessity rather than like one requirement. So this is one way to make the African lives better and maybe put ourselves in top position. So this is, I think, the most important thing the youth can understand. Building a professional skill, like I mentioned previously, is also one helpful tool to identify ourselves and be part of this revolution. So this is, I think, a good answer. And just to encourage the youth to follow similar paths, first we have to be a good example, and then create an opportunity for the rest, especially by training, by giving trainings, by exposing different startups to international community. I'm also a trainer, and also I have a startup company that does virtual reality projects. This is also one way. Our focus is to create or sustain African culture and tourism, and more visible to make it more visible to the outside world. So this is also one way of becoming an example to the rest of the youth, and by giving them a professional skill and trainings, they became part of this journey or this great revolution. And I believe, I think this is the right time for African talents to become one way of growth, especially in African economy. For the past years, we've been exporting minerals as an African, but at this point, now we need to export different talents to the world, and like the rest of developed countries does it. So this is what I have. Thank you.
Well, we are almost in the end of our session, yet we have time for one question, and this is one question I would like to hear answers for all our speakers. How can the European Union and the EU Development Corporation support the emergence of a sustainable African digital economy? This is the question I would like to from what I would like to listen, starting here by you, please.
How we can, I think that we are, this crisis teaches us a lot of things. And I will speak like a doctor now, if, with your permission. We speak a lot the last period about this concept of One Health. That means it is very important, the human health, the animal health, and the systems, the ecosystems. So we have a responsibility towards our environment, because this responsibility reflects to our health. So the European Union, of course, with the new financing system, will invest a lot on digital, and also in this green transition. But in the same time, we understood that the health issue is also important, the e-health. I was in Rwanda for the campaign of vaccination, and I saw what means also the logistics, what it means to have the digitalization of health. So we have a strong commitment, financing, but also is the period, as many of the speakers said, it is the time of people-to-people connection, because the African, they don't know us, and we don't know them. Let's make things, let's create platforms and to know us better and to go hand in hand.
Thank you, Mrs. Chrysola Zakharopoulou. And the same question to Mrs. Elizabeth Medu-Badang. What can the EU Corporation do to support sustainable African digital economy?
Well, I think there's a lot that EU could do. When it comes to infrastructure, as an example, there are still a lot of needs that are uncovered today. So maybe they should think of orienting their fundings to improve particularly the international backbones or the connection between the different countries. This is one area. The other area, there are a lot of services that are out there. We mentioned health, we have a lot of solutions on agriculture. But the challenge that we are having today is to scale up the usage of those kind of services. I think the EU could support the increase of the penetration, the education, if I may say so, of the population for them to take advantage of that. There are a lot of small projects that they can support apart from the bilateral agreement that they can have with governments. There are a lot of initiative I think that they could support in this area. It could be agriculture. There are a lot of services that could bring value, but we need to make an effort, like what was done with mobile money, like Orange Money, for example. There should be an effort to educate people in order to scale up those services that will bring value to people. So I think they need to rethink the way they invest to support social economy, if I may say so, the development. So support small initiatives targeted around improving digitalization on infrastructure side, but also on service adoption side.
Madame Inês Leonarduzzi, for a short answer, please. What can the European Union do to support a sustainable African digital economy?
For now, what the EU can do is to foster communication and relation toward among the youth in Europe and in Africa. We need to have this dialogue between them, between us. We need to build something common because it has been said many times, and I totally agree. We need a convergence of stakes. We need to understand ourselves and each other better. We need to know more about what is sustainability, what is the environment. We are the environment. There is no other thing that we have to protect than us, and us is together. So today the EU have to talk with the other union. We have to be just one globe, one planet, and to understand where are the resources. How can we respect more countries and their resources? How can we manufacture, consume, and recycle better? We have to understand how we have to consume things and do it all together. So I expect from the EU to build some policies that allow us and enable us to have a common dialogue and a common initiative. I think this is what is missing right now, and this is the basis.
So, pose you another question. Technology has been always presented to all of us as something that is clean. But in fact, what you've been saying, that's not true. Is it hard to fight this? I mean, it's a lie, right? Is it hard to fight it?
You mean to fight the way that digital is also polluting?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's quite difficult. On one way, it's that digital pollution is quite invisible. So when you can't see something, our brain are not wired to see dangers that our senses cannot feel. So it's very hard to say, hey, there is a danger, and actually people can't see it. So we have to convoke our intellect, our imagination, and this is what we miss. This is the imagination that we need to build a better world, and also we have to lower our ego. This is what I called in my book ego magina. This is, we have too much ego today. We are just thinking about ourselves, and we have a sad lack of imagination. So yes, my colleague Claude Borna said at the beginning, I feel lonely, and I could not, I feel the same way. I felt the same way at the beginning. I was lonely because I was saying something and people were like, but I don't understand what you say. But now it's not true. Now I feel together. I feel we are millions, because this is something coming true, and especially the youth. The youth wants a clean digital, clean technology, a clean world. So it's hard, but it's coming.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Inês Lenarduzzi. And now we are going back to this, our last question again with Mrs. Fatoumata Ba. What do you expect from the EU in order to support a sustainable African digital economy? For a short
I think
answer,
we have
please.
said it. Sure, we have said it many times and extremely well in this panel. Africa is probably the place in the world where you have the best innovation when it comes to leveraging technology to leapfrog development, and when you have the most pressing needs to expand access to essential services. Yet, it remains the most underserved area when it comes to access to funding, especially for venture capital, impact, and the intersection of both. For instance, India as an ecosystem has raised 17 times more money when you know that you have the same population, you have the same GDP than Africa, and you have actually more internet users on our continent. And this funding needs to be channeled also in a catalytic way, because you have regions that are underserved, such as Francophone Africa. You have gender that is underserved, such as women. We are the most entrepreneurial woman worldwide in Africa, with 26% total entrepreneurship activity, but we have a $42 billion funding gap. It needs to be channeled to sectors beyond access to energy and financial services that are already attracting commercial capital. And it also has to be channeled earlier in the value chain. We see lots of PE funds, but we need more early stage VC, we need more late stage VC, because the toughest thing about doing a startup is actually starting up.
Thank you. Mrs. Claude Borna, this last question, please, I ask you to be short. What can the EU do more to help?
Okay, thank you. I'm actually going to build up on what Fatoumata just said about the toughest thing is starting up. And I think there is a role of being a matchmaker there, which is about matching the people who have the solutions with the people who have the problems, because that's not always happening, and those with the money and those who make the decisions. I think matching those four components is really going to enable more rapid rollout of innovative solutions, and maybe looking at a new type of partnership models. And there is one more point I wanted to add very quickly, is I think we also need to work in parallel on the regulatory framework in our countries, so that we can lift some barriers and have like more introduction that is more seamless of innovative financing structures. We're still struggling with things like crowdfunding, long-term financing for SMEs, peer-to-peer lending. We're still struggling with these from a regulatory standpoint, and it would be very interesting to see some traction there and maybe get some best practice from what's happening elsewhere. So that's my final points. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Jenny Costa?
Summarize everything that is being said here into one word. I think just hear us. And I think that goes beyond our heads of state, it goes beyond our governments, it goes to our civil society, it goes to our private sector. I think some of the most innovative solutions and the most dynamic solutions are coming from the civil society and the micro-private sector, as it has been said here over and over again. And sometimes it's just about being heard, because there's no such thing as a global solution. There's no such thing, but you do have local solutions that add up to a global mindset and global problem. So I think just hearing us is one of the solutions beyond the political component of things.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Daniel Getachew. Same question.
Yes, I think most of the topics I was about to say was mentioned, but just to give something regarding the cooperation, you can speak for a weekend. This is a policy part.
Let me ask you, we are not listening very well, so can you speak or louder, or?
How about now?
That's much better now.
And there was an echo. Okay, so I was saying the African and can more relate with the policy. I feel like there is a policy in Africa. So if we have if we have a way to blur this gap, that is also.
Again, we can't hear you. It's not working. Again, I don't know.
There was some echo.
Well, we're going to have to end here, and because it's not possible to listen to Mr. Getachew, unfortunately, for his last remarks. Or so this ends this session. We're going to watch now a video that summarizes what we have been discussing here. I thank all our speakers. Please continue with us.
Ember is a financial service provided by Ethiopian banks and microfinance institutions that allows the people of Ethiopia to conduct financial transactions using their mobile phones.
I decided to become an agent. Customers comes to me to use Ember. I will get extra money from Ember. Then I will buy a lot of stock for my shop.
I think it's particularly encouraging because it combines the idea of inclusion with technology and opening new markets and new possibilities for people. So this is something that revolutionizes the access to the labor market and to entrepreneurial activity. And this is something that we in Europe sometimes can learn from, as a matter of fact.
It's time now for the closing remarks, and we will start with João Pedro Matos Fernandes, the Minister of Environment and Climate Action of Portugal. Minister, you have the floor.
Muito boa tarde a todas e a todos. É um gosto e uma honra participar nesta sessão de encerramento. A Europa tem, de facto, dado passos muito consequentes naquilo que é a melhoria das suas condições ambientais e naquilo que é a redução das emissões carbónicas e tem feito isto ao mesmo tempo que tem crescido e tem feito crescer a sua economia. Desde 1990, a Europa reduziu em 26% as suas emissões e aumentou em 60% o valor da sua economia. Ou seja, ambiente e economia não são as duas faces da mesma moeda. Estão do mesmo lado da face dessa moeda. E porque todo mundo precisa de duas coisas. Uma, certamente, de melhorar as suas condições ambientais e de reduzir as suas emissões carbónicas. E, em simultâneo, precisa também que as suas economias cresçam para poder gerar bem-estar para todos os seus concidadãos. É absolutamente fundamental perceber que os investimentos que vão fazer crescer a economia em qualquer país do mundo, independentemente da sua geografia, são os investimentos na sustentabilidade. A Europa, com aquilo que já conseguiu, quer mesmo ser parceiro de África nestas matérias. Sabendo que todos os investimentos na sustentabilidade nunca podem ser transportados de um sítio para o outro. Ambiente também quer e sempre dizer território. E todos os territórios são diferentes. Por isso, não temos nada para ensinar, temos tudo para partilhar. E todos aqueles que foram os avanços que a Europa já fez, e Portugal os fez de forma muito clara, no domínio do abastecimento de água, no domínio do saneamento básico, no domínio da gestão dos resíduos, no domínio da produção de eletricidade a partir de fontes renováveis, têm mesmo que ser expandidos pelo mundo, partilhados pela vontade, neste caso, do continente africano, que nós sabemos bem que tem muitos progressos e que os quer fazer no domínio do bem-estar dos seus concidadãos e é também aquele onde a população vai mais aumentar durante as próximas décadas. Por isso, este fórum foi tão relevante, por isso foi tão importante termos discutido soluções, termos percebido aquilo que podemos pôr em conjunto. Repito, trata-se mesmo de construir em conjunto, porque nestas matérias não há verdades universais, há soluções que têm de ser adaptadas a cada território. Aquilo que é universal é mesmo o compromisso que temos que ter connosco próprios e com o nosso planeta para que, até ao final deste século, a temperatura não aqueça mais de 1,5 graus, mas que o consigamos fazer com condições de bem-estar, de desenvolvimento económico e de criação de emprego para todos e para todas. Muito obrigado.
Thanks, Minister. Obrigado. Before I'll introduce you João Leão, Minister of State and Finance of Portugal, a quick reminder for those of you who want to stay tuned with these teams. At the end of the forum, we will have breakout sessions, interactive platforms where participants can meet experts, policymakers and entrepreneurs and debate with them some of the topics that we have addressed. Having said this, I'll give you now the Minister of State and Finance of Portugal. João Leão, you have the floor.
É com uma enorme satisfação que participo aqui nesta sessão de encerramento deste fórum, dando, aliás, sequência a uma longa parceria que tem existido entre Portugal e o Banco Europeu de Investimento e que tem produzido resultados muito positivos. Portugal dispõe de uma longa experiência no domínio da cooperação e do desenvolvimento sustentável e, nesse sentido, a participação de empresas e instituições nacionais em iniciativas de cooperação entre a Europa e a África tem um papel particularmente relevante. Relevante, por um lado, na partilha de conhecimentos ao nível técnico e financeiro, que é a chave para o desenvolvimento dos processos mais ambiciosos, mas também da coordenação e complementaridade entre os vários atores públicos, privados e as instituições financeiras de desenvolvimento internacional. Estamos num tempo de pandemia. A pandemia teve um impacto muito diverso entre países e setores, mas neste âmbito assumem particularmente destaque as instituições financeiras internacionais de desenvolvimento, como o BEI, o Banco Mundial e outras instituições. Houve aqui uma assimetria forte nos choques e setores do efeito da pandemia, mas acaba por afetar sempre os países, e muitos deles de África, e nesta parceria entre a Europa e a África isso é particularmente relevante ter isso em atenção, porque estas crises têm sempre um impacto imediato no preço das commodities, afetando muito os países africanos, mas também nos fluxos de financiamento, com riscos de paragem súbita no financiamento. E aqui, estas instituições financeiras de desenvolvimento internacional assumem um papel ainda mais relevante em assegurar a continuidade desse financiamento. Queria, neste contexto, destacar não só a importância do papel destas instituições, como a necessidade de passar à ação, e com ações importantes ao nível da recuperação económica e promovendo a ligação entre os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável e o investimento e o alívio da dívida. Neste âmbito, é muito importante que aproveitemos o desafio de ajudar estes países, por um lado, no objetivo de longo prazo da neutralidade carbónica, mas também conciliar esses objetivos com objetivos de curto prazo de recuperação económica e do emprego. E também aqui o papel das instituições financeiras internacionais é muito importante, porque tem o alinhamento dos fluxos de financiamento, e das estratégias de financiamento com o Acordo de Paris, que constitui também um exemplo para outros investidores. Devemos ainda ter presente que os desafios associados à transição digital e à transição verde vão persistir para além da crise. Portanto, esta é a altura para aproveitar, não só no combate e na necessidade de recuperação económica, mas não perder de vista estes objetivos mais de longo prazo. Nesta ocasião, gostaria também de salientar os diversos debates e seminários sobre o investimento sustentável realizados ao abrigo da presente iniciativa, que tiveram lugar ao longo do último mês. Foram abordados temas muito importantes, como a economia circular, a necessidade de mobilização de recursos privados para o financiamento do desenvolvimento, para além de outros tópicos. E destacar também aqui um exemplo de um sucesso, que tem a ver com o caso em que há uma articulação muito forte também com Portugal, que é as discussões relativas ao processo de transição energética de São Tomé e Príncipe, como um exemplo, com a implementação de um projeto de transformação do seu setor elétrico, financiado quer pelo BEI, quer pelo Banco Mundial. Destaca-se aqui a importância da criação de condições que favorecem o investimento privado na diversificação do mix energético, reduzindo a importância das importações de combustíveis fósseis e a transição para as energias renováveis. Em suma, esperamos que a realização deste evento possa ter contribuído para uma crescente sensibilização dos diferentes atores, para a dinamização do investimento e do crescimento verde em África e para relevantes oportunidades de parceria que se encontram disponíveis para que esta situação possa tornar uma realidade no terreno. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Thank you, Minister. This high-level European Union Africa Green Investment Forum is destined to find the best ways in curbing climate change across the world with a focus on Africa. The Portuguese presidency of the Council of the European Union and the European Investment Bank both organized this event. I give you now the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Ricardo Mourinho Félix.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to address you before the breakout sessions. I'd like to leave you some words. Allow me to start by thanking all of you for joining us today, for sharing your views and path-breaking ideas. Most importantly, for sharing your strong commitment to work together. Many, many thanks to all of you. To our distinguished guest speakers and participants, your expertise, your observations are extremely illuminating. We are grateful for that. I'd like to thank the Portuguese government for their hosting and co-organizing this event, as well as the impressive series of green talks we have done together over the last months. 25 green talks in the past months have paved the way to this main event across 2 continents. In COVID times, that was indeed what we can call a global event, most likely the biggest global event on these matters. Following the following sessions that we have already enjoyed today, I believe allow us to take conclusions on the best way forward for Africa green transition, and these conclusions are starting to take shape. There are no doubts that investment needs across many sectors on Africa are huge, but it's extremely encouraging to listen to institutions, governments, businesses, and to know they are prepared to put their investment where their mouth is. As we say today, to walk the talk. And they must be encouraged to do so and supported with favorable financing conditions and the best technical advice. The IB and our partners stand ready to do this and even more and better. To build back but also forward. To build better but also greener. And this partnership is not about aid or help. This is about working together as partners for development, to stand side by side as a partnership among equals. The EIB is the EU bank. We work closely with the European Commission and with our shareholders, the European Union member states. We work together to ensure that we are supporting long-term development across the globe. We fight together fiercely to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. For us, that means changing substantially our approach. That means increasing the share of climate change mitigation and adaptation in our total funding to at least 50% from 2025 onwards. This means adopting climate measures and considerations into our lending operations to ensure that all our new operations are Paris-aligned from the beginning of 2021, from the beginning of the current year onwards. Our partner countries are also making special efforts in this. And that's it. Yes, we can do it. And it is our duty to do so. The EIB and Portugal recently signed a memorandum of understanding to cooperate in the development of projects in green hydrogen sector. We are committed to act together. We work in the context of the European Hydrogen Strategy, launched by the European Commission in 2020. We are the EU bank, so policy comes first. We are also supporting Portugal Blue, an initiative that provides financing to startups and small businesses through the European Investment Fund. Our subsidiary specialized in financing businesses of small and medium enterprises and mid-caps. Through Portugal Blue, we are supporting ocean-focused projects with sustainable development and climate impact. We are working to put more blue into the green transition. We all know from our childhood that green without blue is just yellow. We must never forget it. Blue and clean oceans are critical for a sustainable planet. The European Union is showing climate leadership, and this is key to promote the strategic autonomy of Europe, and an open and multilateral strategic autonomy, not a protectionist strategic autonomy. We can share that expertise going forward and support you on similar projects in Africa and foster a quantum leap in Africa. We need to focus now on providing electricity to all African citizens, in supporting clean electricity generation from the smallest off-grid kits to large-scale wind and solar facilities. This is essential for Africa, and banks and financial institutions such as EIB can foster investment in sound and bankable projects. We can make them irresistibly appealing to private investors. Let's be charming on the green transition. These themes will be explored further in the breakout sessions. One of the most important takeaways from today's discussions is that Africa is a land of opportunities for all. Energy needs are vast. We know this. But we also know the potential, and there is so much potential, it will be more than enough potential. The growing private equity space is helping to fund the startups that will become the employers and economic drivers of tomorrow. Africa's economic future goes hand in hand with the digital revolution. The IB is supporting projects that extend the digital infrastructure. We are working with our partners, from private equity funds to microfinance institutions, from local and regional commercial banks to development finance institutions, to ensure that micro, small and medium-sized enterprises and mid-caps can invest and prosper. We'll ensure that financing on the continent is inclusive, fair and available to all. to the young, innovative people, to the rural populations, to the women that are entrepreneurs. This is something we'll discuss further in the breakout session shortly. This is another crucial step in Africa's development. It is crystal clear that the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, both the health and economic recovery, will require a global but also coordinated effort. The same applies to fighting the effects of climate change and building resilience across infrastructures and economies. The ways for us to do that are in partnership and cooperation. The 7th Sustainable Development Goal is the partnership for the goals. This gives us a blueprint for the way forward. For us, as the EU Development Bank, this means continuing to work closely with our partners in Africa, putting our finance and sectoral expertise to work to do more and better for the challenges the continent is facing in line with the EU policy goals. The need for investment on the ground is huge. The only way we can meet them is by taking a multilateral approach. And let me tell you that I feel that it is great to have the US back to the multilateral world. Multilateralism is one of the great achievements of the humankind in the post-war era. An achievement we should preserve and nurture. This is our duty versus the next generations. Multilateral approaches have always informed the IB activities across the globe. Across the discussions today, we can see that this is a widely shared view, and that is very gratifying. Now it is essential for all of us to walk the talk. The future depends on it. So, today, the high-level Green Africa investment, after the 25 Green Talks across Africa, have brought together thousands of project partners, political and business leaders, policy and technical experts. It is crucial that the shared vision and ambition to scale up green investment continues to build momentum in the months and years ahead. Action needs to be taken so that investment can begin and the green transition unlocked. The Portuguese presidency of the European Union and the EIB are pleased to declare their joint commitment to continue to support Africa and the EU shared ambitions for sustainable investment, to continue to accelerate the green transition, to continue harnessing Africa's renewable energy potential, to continue to ensure that the latest technology and the best practice is used to create opportunities. This is detailed in the joint declaration of the high-level EU-Africa Green Investment Forum that we are pleased to endorse today. Let me conclude. What we have discussed today is imperative, no less than imperative. And this is the time, because there is no time. So let's do it, and let's do it now. It is a great pleasure to host you today. I thank you very much for your attention. Muito obrigado, and we all stand together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo Mourinho Félix. We have seen recently in Mozambique, Malawi, Ghana, dramatic consequences of climate change. Greed has changed the planet, our greed to exploit the resources of Earth. But the clock is ticking and time is now running against greed. There's little time to save the planet. There's no time for recriminations. In fact, we are running against time. And we can only do it together, learning with each other's Africans, Europeans. It's no more a matter of this or that continent. It's a matter of all humankind. There's only one planet, our planet. And now, on behalf of Prime Minister of Portugal, we welcome again the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Augusto Santos Silva. He will deliver us the message of António Costa. Minister, you have the floor.
Muito obrigado. Boa tarde a todos. Em nome do Primeiro-Ministro do Governo de Portugal, quero, em primeiro lugar, agradecer a participação de todos. A participação das mais de 5.000 pessoas que se envolveram nas Green Talks ao longo do último mês, culminando hoje neste Fórum União Europeia-África sobre Investimento Verde. Mas também saudação a todos aqueles que participaram neste fórum, a todos aqueles de cujo trabalho resultou a declaração para um futuro mais verde em África e na Europa, que é um importante resultado deste fórum. E também quero agradecer a participação de todos quantos nos acompanharam ao longo do fórum online e que chegaram a ser mais de 4.000 pessoas assistindo aos nossos trabalhos ao mesmo tempo. Este fórum é muito importante porque é muito importante que todos nós compreendamos o desafio que temos pela frente. O desafio do combate às alterações climáticas, o desafio da transição energética, o desafio de encontrar uma economia mais circular, um desenvolvimento mais sustentável. Mas este desafio não é o desafio de um continente em particular. Não é um desafio da África, ou não é um desafio da Europa ou de qualquer outro continente. É um desafio da humanidade como tal. E para vencermos esse desafio, temos de cooperar. E é isto que hoje também estamos a sinalizar. A necessidade, a vantagem e a existência mesmo de uma maior cooperação entre a União Europeia e a África na resposta conjunta ao desafio comum da transição. Esta resposta conjunta é uma resposta entre parceiros que são iguais. Cabe aos europeus definirem os seus próprios objetivos e os europeus esta semana avançaram muito na definição desses objetivos. Em particular, com o acordo político entre o Conselho, a Comissão Europeia e o Parlamento Europeu, que permite que seja aprovada a Lei do Clima, a Lei Europeia do Clima. A primeira lei que a Europa terá sobre o clima, a lei que coloca, que mantém a Europa na vanguarda das grandes decisões sobre o desenvolvimento sustentável e a descarbonização da economia. Mas também as decisões tomadas pelos africanos, na sua própria agenda, com as suas próprias organizações, com os seus próprios objetivos. Não se trata de uns imporem a outros escolhas. Não se trata de uns ensinarem aos outros métodos ou caminhos. Trata-se de todos seguirem em conjunto, cada um com a sua autonomia e seguirem em conjunto como parceiros iguais que são. Mas este desafio e esta parceria não podem ser apenas matéria de declarações. Para que nós possamos progredir num investimento mais verde, no pleno aproveitamento das oportunidades da transição para a geração de riqueza e para a geração de emprego, para que possamos fazer isto, é necessário agirmos. E para agirmos é necessário encontrarmos as formas adequadas de incentivo à iniciativa privada, ao investimento público e as formas adequadas de financiamento dos investimentos. E por isso gostaríamos de saudar com particular ênfase o facto de hoje se ter também assistido à celebração, à assinatura de contratos de financiamento celebrados entre o Banco Europeu de Investimento e entidades de diversos países africanos, no montante global de 350 milhões de euros para financiar ações nesses países tendentes ao crescimento verde. A mensagem que fomos recebendo ao longo deste mês, das sucessivas conversas verdes, e a mensagem que recebemos dos peritos, mas também dos participantes ao longo deste fórum, é uma mensagem muito simples e é uma mensagem muito clara. Só é possível ter crescimento económico sustentável com a transição verde. O futuro das sociedades e das economias depende da nossa capacidade para fazer esta transição climática e energética, e só com modelos de negócio sustentáveis do ponto de vista ambiental podemos ambicionar crescimento, criação de emprego, melhoria do bem-estar e coesão social. E, ao fim e ao cabo, isto corresponde às prioridades da presidência portuguesa do Conselho da União Europeia. O nosso lema é muito simples, mas o nosso lema é também muito claro. É tempo de agir, não apenas de falar, falar é muito importante, não apenas de chegar a acordo sobre princípios e declarações, esse acordo é muito importante, mas também sendo consequentes com as nossas palavras e com as nossas declarações, é tempo de agir. e é tempo de agir por uma recuperação que seja justa, que seja verde e que seja digital. Aproveitando a transformação digital para melhorar a nossa capacidade de responder aos problemas, sendo justos, isto é, investindo na proteção social e na qualificação das pessoas para que essa transição envolva todos e sendo ecológicos, conscientes da importância essencial da sustentabilidade quando se trata de desenhar e aplicar as nossas estratégias de crescimento. Por isso, concluo em nome do Primeiro-Ministro, agradecendo a todos e dizendo que este caminho que fizemos até hoje e hoje são uma boa demonstração do que nós conseguimos quando assumimos a nossa responsabilidade e trabalharmos em conjunto. É disso que o mundo hoje precisa. A Europa, a África, o mundo em geral. Que nós todos assumamos a nossa responsabilidade, que tenhamos consciência da enorme oportunidade que é hoje representada pelo crescimento verde e que para aproveitar essa oportunidade saibamos trabalhar em conjunto, respeitando-nos como iguais que somos e trabalhando coletivamente para objetivos que são comuns. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Minister. Obrigado. With this, we close the forum. And don't forget, it's up to us all to save our planet. Thank you for being with us.